What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Quay Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force, representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Quay Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force, representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Quay Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force, representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force, representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force, representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force, representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force, representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Quay Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force, representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Quay Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice, and a fair legal system for all, striving for a more equitable and better Kenya.
Through workshops and seminars, we will sharpen our legal skills, preparing us to tackle challenges of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?
Welcome to the grand launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Today, we stand united as one powerful force representing law schools from every corner of our beautiful nation. We will begin this journey of transformation on the 4th of August at the Kwe Auditorium.
This association aims to bring together law students from diverse backgrounds, fostering collaboration, understanding, and lifelong friendships.
Through the association, we will have a vast network of aspiring legal professionals, strengthening our ties with our fellow law students and seniors already in the legal profession.
Together, we exchange ideas, we share experiences, and strengthen each other's growth, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow and protectors of the rule of law.
We champion for human rights, social justice,
is Lord. Can I get an amen? You know, I'm getting very excited because the person I'm just about to introduce to stage is a very wonderful lady. And msiniangalie vibaya, I am not vibing her. I am just saying the truth. She's a very wonderful lady, a very powerful lady, and she's a lady who is committed to the journey of mentorship that we all so much as juniors in this profession require. This is a lady who took up the mantle and the challenge to be the patron of the Law Students Association of Kenya. She is also the vice president of the Law Society of Kenya, but that did not make her say she cannot take up this additional role. She is a teacher, she is a mother, she is a friend, and all those many other things. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause as we welcome onto stage my very dear friend, Madam Vice President of the Law Society of Kenya, Faith Odhiambo. Tumpe makofi.
Yo, Pan, you ready? Yeah. Man, let's lock and load. Yeah. Just play. Yeah. No, turn me up.
And Madam VP, you're a politician, so after such an introduction, lazima unione kando. Let's give another round of applause kindly. Karibu sana, our patron.
Good morning, everyone. Today is a wonderful day to see this event finally coming to fruition. I was expecting Ernest to lay the protocol, and as we still wait for the list, I want to recognize the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Honorable Andai. He's here in the room. I don't know if there are other judges or magistrates. I've not received the list, but I recognize you. I recognize my former student, Honorable Babu. I recognize one of our mentors and fathers of many, Mr. Justus Munyidhia, Senior Counsel. I think the list is still coming. All the guests that are present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, before I start my speech, I would want the students, the leadership of the Law Students Association to come in front. Let everyone see you. Esther, who is the president, please lead your team to the front. Atieno Gola, are you around? So I think Atieno has not yet joined, nor has the president, Esther Odipo. But ladies and gentlemen, these are the men and the women that have made working together and organizing this event, bringing students from all around the country a possibility. Please put your hands together for them. Their representation of the different law schools all around the country, and this is just the beginning. As the Vice President has said, the sky is the limit. So thank you. You can take your seats. I'm advised that the sky is not the limit. The sky is limiting them. So, dear law students of Kenya, a warm and hearty welcome to each and every one of you, the vibrant and aspiring minds who form the Law Students Association of Kenya. As the current Vice President of the Law Society of Kenya, And now, having had this honor of being your patron, I stand before you today with great pride and hope for the future of our legal fraternity. You represent the future of the legal profession. In this momentous occasion, we gather here not just as students of law, but as architects of justice, the champions of righteousness, and the defenders of the rule of law. The seeds of collaboration and unity that we sow tonight will bear fruit in a future that we shall stand together, not only as students, but also as advocates of the legal profession. When I was invited to be a patron of this association, my mind took a journey down memory lane, and I reflected on my time as a law student. I must commend the founders of the LSAK for bringing all law students together. I'm convinced it's only by working together that you can find lasting solutions to the challenges that you face. As we embark on this journey together, I implore each and every one of you to embark unity in diversity. In Kenya, our beloved nation, is a fabric woven with threads of unique cultures, traditions, and beliefs. Embrace these differences, for it is from this diversity that we strengthen our united legal community, and it shall flourish. Collaboration, my dear students, is the cornerstone of success. Together we shall strive for excellence, challenge the norms, and blaze new trails in the pursuit of justice. Like a symphony of diverse instruments, unity is the only recipe that can orchestra harmony within our association. In a world where information flows like a mighty river, let us join hands to tap into the vast knowledge and wisdom that our collective minds unleash. Now let me paint a picture in your minds. Imagine a future where young advocates, budding new advocates like you will soon be, fresh with ideas and passion, walk side by side with seasoned legal professionals sharing insights and experiences. Imagine a platform where law students and advocates collaborate on cases, work on public interest litigations, work on research together, learn from one another, and create a legal legacy of excellence that shall resonate through the corners of time. To achieve this vision, we must ask ourselves, are we willing to rise above our individual ambition? Are we ready to lend a hand to our fellow colleagues in times of need? Are you committed to building a society that welcomes advocates from all walks of life with open arms and open hearts? I believe this is what LSAK is about. As I stand before you today, I see the potential for greatness with each and every one of you. You are the future of the legal profession, and with your dedication and unity, you will shape the destiny of our society. Remember, my dear students, that in unity lies strength, and collaboration lies progress. As Martin Luther King said, we must learn to live together as brothers and sisters or perish together as fools. We must march together hand in hand as one unstoppable force. Let us work tirelessly to nurture an environment where all advocates find solace, support, and encouragement. Let us foster a fraternity that stands tall in the face of challenges, emerges victorious, stronger than ever before. I'm reminded of the law maxim, actio personalis mortir cum persona. A personal action dies with a person. I challenge all of you to be a blessing to your fellow students and advocates once you're admitted to the bar. I want to mention a lady who I also admire, Wangari Maathai. She quoted that there comes a time where humanity is called to shift to a new level of consciousness, a time when we have to shed our fear off and give hope to each other. The time is now. Law students of Kenya, the time is now. In conclusion, as your patron and Vice President of the Law Society of Kenya, I declare my unwavering support to the students. May their ideals of justice and righteousness guide us to this remarkable journey. I thank you, and I pray that God will be our guide as we start this journey today. God bless you all.
Let's give our patron another round of applause. Hiyo ndo wahenga wanaita sauti ya kipole. Sauti ya kutoa pangoni. Amjui methali? Sauti ya kutoa nani pangoni? Mawakili mnajua tu Kiingereza, okay. So, we move on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this next opportunity to welcome our next speaker, a very distinguished member of our profession. He has reached the highest office in our profession. Ladies and gentlemen, help me as we appreciate and welcome the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Eric Theuri. Let's give him a round of applause. Tumpige makofi tafadhali.
And to challenge anyone who can dance that song better than me too. The distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I know it's a cold day, but we can do better than that, can't we? Extremely delighted to have this opportunity to join you as you launch the Law Students Association of Kenya. I know that the leadership, together with the panel, have done a lot of work behind the scenes to get us to this day, and I think they deserve a round of applause. So let's give them a round of applause for the good work. When I got here, I was extremely impressed with the level of preparations. The organization of this event is on point. All of you look so lovely. You look so beautiful. The gentlemen are looking like, you know, well-groomed. And I see the future of the legal profession, and what I see are just good days ahead. When I look at all of you, your enthusiasm, your love for the profession reflects in the passion all of you have put towards getting us to this day. And so as the leadership of the Law Society, of course, I may not be in that office for so long, but you have Faith, who is your patron. I hope she'll still be around. We just want to give a commitment that we will walk this journey with you. Because at this level, you are getting a lot of theoretical knowledge. The challenge is how to get the practical aspect of it, how you can learn from those who have come ahead of you. And I think this association will be a bridge that will allow us to reach to the different law schools, to be able to talk to you as you learn, to nurture you in the ways of the profession, with the hope that when you eventually complete your studies and you join the profession, then you are fully backed, that you understand that it will not be easy, but eventually you will all make it. And I think, in my view, that has always been the gap that has been there. The fact that those of us who are ahead of you lack an avenue to reach out, to nurture you, to guide you, and to be good role models, so that as you get into the profession, you understand just how important it is to be a lawyer. Now, if some of you have not just appreciated how important it is to be an advocate, the event of the last 2 weeks should have, or the last few months, when we've had issues about the demonstrations and the indiscriminate manner in which the police exercised their powers to arrest, and the great risk at which most of the lawyers put themselves to try and go to the various police stations where people who had been taken, or rather abducted, I want to use that word because that is actually what the police were doing. And it was very risky for the lawyers to do that, but they did. And because of the actions of so many lawyers, some of them who did this on pro bono basis, we managed to get out a lot of young people whose mistake was just to sit by the road, to watch the protests, and then they get arrested by police and they are charged. And we're still dealing with those cases. They're still going on and you're still dealing with them. So that is, the higher calling to which most of you are being called to. And Babu, I'm saying this because you're here to pay my fees. So I'm so excited at this launch. I'm so excited at the level of organization that I see here, because for me, it is a demonstration that as young upcoming lawyers, you have really come of age. You are able to organize yourselves. You're able to take charge of your affairs. And we will support you through this and ensure that this does not just remain a talking shop, but it becomes a forum that can be beneficial to all of you and to the country at large when you eventually become advocates. So you have that commitment from our end. Secondly, I just also want to urge the leadership, together with all of you, to take a look at the report that was presented to the President by the task force which he appointed to look into matters of education. They have made several recommendations. And if we don't watch out, some of those recommendations may actually affect yourselves or those that are coming after you. So it is very, very critical that now that you have an association, that you get to go through that report, so that at the right time, and when these matters come to Parliament for the enactment of the various laws that are there, that you are able to meaningfully participate in that process as students, because you are the stakeholders, and recommendations that affect your learning environment, or the learning environment for those that are going to come after you, should have your input so that you can improve the environment. If there are any challenges, then you can improve that environment and be good citizens who undertake public participation as required under the Constitution. Finally, I would wish to seek your indulgence, because we have a press conference we have to address at around 11:30. And so we will, myself and the Vice President, may not stay to the end of this event. We ask for your indulgence because we would really have wanted to sit here and stay with you through the lunch up to the end. But duty calls, and sometimes it is so difficult trying to find time to balance all these very, very demanding but competing interests. So we ask for your indulgence. If you see us leaving, please just understand that we have another important national duty that we would like to attend to. Finally, Faith, I want to thank you for working with these young men and women to get to this day. I know that you have an unwavering passion and commitment to the question of mentorship, and so I have no doubt that you will use your passion and position as patron to push this organization onto the right path. And Babu, I hope when you get an opportunity to talk, you can also encourage them that it is important to play politics. But sometimes politics, especially when as an association you get into so much of politics, you may lose the main reason why you are in existence. So I hope that, and because we all know that all of you have different political persuasions, we hope that you will avoid using this association to take sides in the political debates that are going to come. Because if you do that, then you will lose objectivity, you will lose focus, and you will not be able to achieve what I believe are extremely noble intentions as to why you have set up yourselves. So if as the leadership you can actually agree to be politically neutral and to avoid the outreaches that Kinababu and his team may want to make to you, you will be able to remain a voice that can be listened to, because you will remain and you will have your objectivity. So we urge you to take, to borrow what we do at the Law Society. We have our own different political persuasions, but we stand on the rule of law, on the question of fidelity to the Constitution. And it doesn't matter which political side or what views the individual members, political views and positions of the individual members of the council. And that is the reason why we are able to have unity and we are able to speak and the country can listen to what we are saying, because we maintain political neutrality when handling issues that affect each and every one of us. So I thank you for inviting me for this event. I wish you all the best, and may you have a successful launch and wish you all the best as you undertake this extremely heavy mandate that you have bestowed upon yourselves. Asanteni sana.
Let's give the President a warm round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for taking time from your very busy schedule to be here with us today. And I just want to add that the President said, don't accept advances from Babu and his team. Even the opposing team, don't accept advances from them. But Mheshimiwa Babu, I am a free agent. You can approach me. I do not speak for LSAK. Feel free to approach me. I would like to remind us all that we are on social media. Kindly remember to mention at our page is at LSAK 23. That is LSAK with a capital L, all other letters small, LSAK 23. The hashtag is LSAK launch, all caps. Hashtag LSAK launch, all caps. Please remember to tweet about the fact that you're here. Let's get our hashtag trending. We have free Wi-Fi. Thank you very much, Kwea. And in case you don't know the password, you can just take out your phones. I will read out the password for you. Kindly, you can just put on your Wi-Fi. The password is BYOB, buy your own bundles. Respect yourself, buy your own bundles. All right, I would like to recognize the presence of our guests for today. The Honorable, and I would just like to request our guests that as I call out your name, you can just stand and wave, even as we will give you an opportunity to speak later on so that our students can see you and appreciate you since you have already arrived. I would like to start with the Honorable Edward Mureithi, Honorable Justice Edward Mureithi. Let's appreciate him. Tumpe makofi, tafadhali. We have the Honorable Francis Andai, Chief Magistrate at Machakos. All right, we have, of course, President Eric Theuri from the Law Society of Kenya. Mpige makofi. We have our patron, Faith Odhiambo from the Law Society of Kenya, the Vice President there. We have with us Mr. Justus Munyithia, the Chairman of the Law Society of Kenya, SACCO. Bwana Chair, we will be seeing you outside about how we can create an LSAK SACCO that is covered under LSK. That we can also eat your money. I would like to recognize next Mr. Isaac Opar from Ketraco. Let's give him a round of applause, tafadhali. Mr. Michael Idambo from Idambo Advocates. Tumpige makofi. Mr. Hilary Mateno from Oration Hub. Mr. Hilary Matano, let's appreciate him. We have Miss Renee Musimbi from the Judiciary. We have Dr. Ogola from Kenya Methodist University. We have Asha Bashir, an advocate of the High Court. Let's appreciate him. We have Esther Mushiri, an advocate and the patron of the Kwea Law Firm. Tumpigie makofi. Asante sana. She was very instrumental in helping us to secure this venue. Ms. Mushiri, we appreciate you. Asante sana. Asante tena. All right. So the last guest I would like to recognize is the very honorable member of parliament for Embakasi East, Mr. Babu Owino. And I just like Mheshimiwa to remain standing. You know, I have evidence that Mheshimiwa really supports student initiatives because while I was in first year, that is all the way back in 2019, don't try and guess my age. When I was in first year, I met Honorable Babu in a student event which he had sponsored. When we went to second year, once again, Honorable Babu helped us in another event that was held at the KICC. Now I have finished campus. Honorable Babu is still here. The only peculiarity about all these instances I met Mheshimiwa, aliniona nje. Mheshimiwa, don't stop, maintain that trend, and I'd like to welcome you to come and say a word or two to the students as we proceed.
Thank you so much. I want to be very brief and follow the instructions of my president that this should not be very political, and you started by playing a political song. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. God is good, and all the time. Thank you to my president, President Eric Theuri, President of the Law Society of Kenya. President, were it not for you, I would still be in the jaws of my oppressors. So thank you very much. Nitakutafuta. To the Deputy President of the Law Society of Kenya, who was also my lecturer, Law of Business Association, who impacted knowledge carelessly to us as comrades, Madam Faith, to Justice Muredi, the senior counsel, who is also my lecturer at the Kenya School of Law, Mr. Justus Munyidhia, to all the ladies and gentlemen present, good morning. I'm Babu Owino. I'm here as a former comrade, as a current comrade, as a member of parliament for Embakasi East constituency, and as an accused person. So first I would like to really congratulate the office, the Law Students Association of Kenya office bearers, who came up with this vision to ensure that for the first time they formed an association that is going to help in fighting for the interest of Kenyan citizens. During my time as a student leader, we only had the KLSS, that is at the University of Nairobi, and different organizations from different universities. But this is bringing students together, and it is really adorable, and I would really encourage you to work with other organizations like the Law Society of Kenya, the Amnesty International, Kenya Human Rights Commission, to ensure that the inherent and inalienable rights of Kenyan citizens are fought for. As a former student leader and as a student, I would like to talk about education. And I would like to say that were it not for education, I would have not come to Nairobi. My first time to come to Nairobi was in 2007 when I alighted at Ambassador, and I didn't know where to go to. But what brought me to Nairobi was in pursuit of education. And were it not for education, I would have not gone to the University of Nairobi. Were it not for education, I would have not been a student leader. Were it not for education, I would have not graduated. Were it not for education, I would have not been elected a member of parliament for Embakasi East constituency. And were it not for education, I would have not been arrested the other day. So the roots of education are very bitter, but the fruits are very sweet. And we say that education is the key to success. Education is the passport to the future, and the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. And if, or rather when you open the doors of a school, the doors of a school or a classroom, you close the gates of a prison. And through education, being an equalizer, you will go anywhere in this world. So I would like you, comrades, as you pursue your degrees, ensure that the most important thing is for you to get that degree certificate. irrespective of the time that you will spend at the university. And we say, since education is the key to success, there is no harm, there is no problem in obtaining many keys to success. You can finish one degree, like myself, get to the other, and always remember that it is only education that is going to take you to places that you've never stepped in. Lastly, as the Law Students Association of Kenya, this is an opportunity for you to provide leadership, because as things are in our country, we are headed in a wrong direction. Kenya is becoming a lawless country, a country where the constitution, the apex of the law, is not respected. Just as Mr. President said, from police brutality to arbitrary arrests to non-disobedience of the Kenyan constitution to the state capture of the parliament, that is both the National Assembly and the Senate. The only institution left in this nation to rescue us is the judiciary. And it is the judiciary that shall ensure that our constitution is respected. Without the judiciary, because we saw even the other day while in court, that even the litigants themselves were being harassed within the precincts of the court. So that tells you where we are headed. So you have a responsibility as a student leader, as a president of Law Students Association of Kenya, Madam Ms. Esther, to ensure that this association fights for the inherent and inalienable rights of Kenyan citizens, not only students, but you must fight for it not only spiritedly, but also religiously. As a former student leader, I know some of our students don't get an opportunity to finish their studies. With what has been introduced as the new curriculum in our education system, if you ask me that is it a good one or a bad one, I would say it's not in the interest of Kenyan citizens. Because a nation that is not ready to educate her citizens is as good as a done nation, because it is only education that is going to help us in the growth of our economy. But if we take away education from our students, what do we remain with? From our people, what do we remain with? So we must stand and fight for the interest of Kenyans, irrespective of the political party you belong to. As a former student leader, I know what it is to lack fee, because at some point in life, I lacked fee. And because of that, in my capacity as a member of parliament, through the leadership of the Law Students Association of Kenya, I will be giving you bursaries to ensure that you advance your education. Because without the fee, and now that help is not going to be available to most of us, it means that so many students are going to drop out of school. I don't want to proceed beyond that point, and I really want to thank you very much for your time. Staki niingiliwe na spirits of TB Mantialala. May God bless you all. Asanteni sana. I'm part of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Babu Owino. We would like to acknowledge the presence of Eric Kivuva, Advocate of the High Court of Kenya and partner at McKay Advocates. Let's appreciate him with a round of applause. We also would like to appreciate Mr. William Maseka, who has joined us. Let's give him a round of applause, tafadhali. We also appreciate our representatives from the Kenya Law Report, who have been gracious enough to give us a few items which we will be sharing with you people later on in the program. Let's give a round of applause to the Kenya Law Reports. Next up, I would like to invite our senior most representative from the judiciary to address the Law Students Association of Kenya. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable Justice Edward Mureithi to say a word. Asante. Lawyers, when a judge is going up, you stand up. We never cease to learn. Let's give him a round of applause again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have to thank the organizers that you carried the protocol, court protocol to this event. You didn't give me a song to dance to, but I'm sure there will be time to dance at the end when we are launching formally the organization. May I bring greetings from the judiciary, and particularly from the High Court of Kenya at Meru, where I'm the presiding judge. May I also bring you greetings from the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association. And in this regard, I want to point out that we have the Honorable Rene Kitagwa, who is the Vice Treasurer of the KMJA. I also have learned through the protocol list that we have the Honorable Chief Magistrate Andai in the meeting. Judiciary is, of course, a partner institution. Every time, I think in the calendar year, second to third in some colleges, you come for attachment in the judiciary for the clinical program called, yes, I think that's the name that we have, the clinical attachment program, where you come to see the practical application of what you learn in the theory of the faculty classroom. And in this regard, speaking for the judiciary, I would want to say that the judiciary is ready at all courts. As you have witnessed, we have courts being launched by the Honorable the Chief Justice at every corner of the country, so that wherever you are, in whatever faculty or campus of law that you have in the country, if you require attachment for your clinical programs, the judiciary at its various courts around the country will be ready to receive you, and our judicial officers and judges will always be ready to give you the instructions in the practical application of what you learn in class, so that at the end of your 3-4 year course, you will be fully baked legal professionals able to play your role in the development of the Republic, as is the function of all legal minds so trained. May I say that I have a personal pleasure in being at this occasion, because in our days, we had only the Kenya Law Students, as Honorable Babu mentioned. We had only the Kenya Law Students Society, KLSS. And in the calendar years of 1988-89, I was the secretary of KLSS at the time. And the Honorable Moitarel Olekenta, immediate past MP of Narok North, I think it was our chairman. My treasurer was the Honorable Edward Mureu, who is now, I think, MP for Gatanga. And then at the time, we had the KLSS Law Journal, and the editor was, may I call him Honorable Paul Mwangi, who is, I think, legal advisor of the Azimio Coalition. Mr. Babu Otieno may confirm. So I got an interest in seeing the lineup of the leaders here, and I would like to encourage them that, as you can see, your sacrifice in leadership of student affairs is not lost. All those fellows I've mentioned are leaders in their own right in their respective spheres. I think I'm the only one who did not go into politics, but I'm doing just fine on the bench. So those who are leaders of the organization, please be encouraged that there is room for you in the development of this nation and republic, and your services will forever be needed and required in your practicing of the law. I would also like to say that it is exciting that you have now come into a national, you're calling it National Professional Association of all the law student societies of the universities in the Republic. That is a very good forum for your participation in the development of this country. As you must be aware, Article 10 of the Constitution is the article that gives room and avenue for all of us under the principle of participation of the people to take part in the governance and development of our country. And when you are so organized as a LSAK, it makes it easy for your views, comments to be taken in when consultations are being made, even on matters of legislation, like the recent enactment of the Finance Act 2023. When you are so organized, it will be easy for your comments to be sought and obtained under one umbrella, and therefore giving effect to the right to participation of the people by you, the law students of Kenya. From the KMJA, with the permission of the Honorable Reni Kitagwa, I would like to point out that I serve as the editor of the official magazine, Hakimu. And in this regard, going through your concept note, I noted that you either are proposing or you already have a law journal, LSK law journal. If you do, we'll be happy to, for greater reach and visibility, to carry it for you on our online webpage, Hakimu, www.hakimu-kmja.co.ke. We can reserve for you a slot to run your magazine. So even if it is not ready, I think we can carry your future editions as they come, and our web page will be available for that purpose. May I also give an undertaking from the judiciary that as regards your moot courts, we have had in various courts, I can say for Meru, for example, we have an annual moot court edition. Sometimes we have two of them, depending on when the students join for their clinicals. But I know that the judiciary, and through KMJA, we can partner with you when you do the national moot court for all the law faculties. And we would offer real, should I say real or practicing? Practicing judges and magistrates to sit at your moot court forums in benches, as many as you may want. The Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court can go up to 7, We can have you organize a bench of 7 judges who will take your moot court and give you, as close as possible, an assessment of your performance as practitioners to be. So that can be organized through your leadership, and we'll be happy to do that as a contribution from the judiciary. And I also know that KMJA, with the assistance of the judiciary, would be in a position to establish, if you agree, the leadership of the LSAK, to have an award, a trophy, which is rotational, going to the best team, and coupled with a cash award for the purchase of books that you may require in the course of your training, so that the first 3 teams, which in the order of merit, may get awards, and the trophy to be given to the winner and to be available for the next years following. The cash reward could be worked out as regards what is really reasonable recompense for the participating teams. I think KMJA, the judiciary, and your leadership can agree on how to establish the judiciary trophy, the judiciary KMJA trophy for the best winning team, best performing teams. I think number 1, 2, 3 of the annual, I hope it shall be, or whatever frequency you wish, moot court involving all the law faculties of the universities in Kenya. I think I should stop there and wish you the very best in the launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya, bringing together all the respective associations in the faculty. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, our honorable judge. We appreciate you. Let's give him a proper round of applause. We acknowledge the presence of Dr. Andrew Onyino, who is a board member at NHIF. Lawyers, you are going to be very healthy people. Bima ya serikali iko hapa na sisi. We would also like to acknowledge the presence of the Kenya Christian Lawyers Fellowship. We have representatives from Kenya Christian Lawyers Fellowship here with us. Let's give them a round of applause, tafadhali. We also have representatives from Kituo cha Sheria here with us. Let's give them a round of applause kindly and appreciate them. All right, so we will now be moving to the next phase of activities, which is the debate. But just before, so that we spark the spirit of competition, we are going to do a little trivia, because as I shared earlier, we have some goodies from Kenya Law Reports. So we are going to do a small trivia over here, and there is a mic that will be moving around. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask 2 questions. I'm just going to ask 2, and the first person to react or to raise their hands as to answer any of the questions that I ask will get an opportunity to answer, and if they answer correctly, they will get something very nice from Kenya Law Reports. Are you people ready? Are you ready? Okay. Our guests, we know you are more likely to know the answers to these questions, but for today, let's let the young ones have a go at it. All right. So the first question that I am going to ask, is our mic already in the audience? All right. The first question I'm going to ask is, who was the first native Kenyan Attorney General? There's a hand. Who was the first native Kenyan Attorney General? Before you answer, it is not as easy as you think. You can stand.
I think it's Charles Njonjo.
Charles Njonjo is correct. The gentleman can come to the front so that he can receive his reward from our guests. Our guests will present the reward to him. The second question, the last question for this round of the trivia is, who was the first black Kenyan lawyer? Yes, sir. The guy with a cap, a black cap, at the top there. That was the first hand. Let's see if he gets it right.
I think it's Arik Kodek.
Agweng Skodek is the right answer. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause and let's welcome him to the front so that he can be presented with his goodies from Kenya Law Reports. All right, thank you very much, Ms. Moshiri. Let's give them a round of applause. And once again, we appreciate Kenya Law Reports for supporting our event. Up next, we would like to move on to the debate, which is one of the most exciting items that we have on our program for today. So I would just like to invite my colleague, Marion, to take over and preside over the debate sequence of our program. And feel free to cheer your teams as they come up. You know your representatives from the various schools that you've come from. Feel very comfortable and very free to cheer them on as they battle it out in this debate, whose motion is that the citizens of Kenya are justified in their protest against the Finance Act. Karibu, Marion. Let's give her a round of applause, kindly.
I shall observe the protocol that was laid. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, comrades. Good morning, learning friends. I believe we're learning, yeah? How many of us are graduating this year? How many? Kidogo tu tuitwe learned friend. Kidogo. So I'm excited for this launch. It has come a long way. And what is a launch without a student's activity happening? That is why we saw it fit to have a debate that will feature all the law students who are present here. It's not going to be we're going to have an interactive debate. We're calling it the Debate Cafe. So we are going to make use of the British parliamentary system of the debate, but we will also have some other debaters who will be seated on these red seats over here. So I explained to them the rules. They know how we are going to roll, but I want to just break it down to you. Now, in previous debates that you've attended before, you know that only those ones who speak or those ones who participate here get awarded. But in LSAK, we also award the audience. So as the audience, I invite you to be very keen, be attentive. We shall have an award for you. So when it is your turn to raise your arguments or rather comment on the motion, remember to give points. Maybe give points that have not been said before. So for the audience seated and those who will be seated here, your work is to give points that have not been given over here. This is a very nice motion that we have today. This is a ripe issue, and it's time for us to debate like the lawyers that we are, right? Are we excited? Are we excited? So I'd want to call upon all the debaters, you know yourselves. So those ones who will be speaking on the floor, we already agreed outside. The 8 of you will be speaking on the floor. Please make your way to where Brother Tekin is seated. Please make your way there and pick what you'll be arguing for. The 2 students from MKU and University of Nairobi, you already know what you're going to be arguing for. The University of Nairobi, you're going to be the researcher for the opposition. And the one for MKU, you're going to be the researcher for the government side. They already know how the rules are. Just a sec. So please make your way there. And if you're not going to be on the floor, just have a seat over here. Let's play some music as that happens. As they come forward, give chance to
Low-key, all of them done they notice. I'm not joking, all my guys, them know me.
Let's clap clap for them, clap for your school. Are you guys ready for this? Are you ready for this? Where is the spirit of competition? Learning friends. Where is the spirit of competition? So please make your way, have your seats.
DJ, kindly as we go on and as our teams prepare, I would like to first of all recognize the presence of Honorable Silvana Sosoro, who has joined us. Let's give him a round of applause. Tafadhali, karibu mheshimiwa. I would also like to welcome Honorable Rene to give us a brief address as the teams prepare for the competition. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali.
Honorable Judge and all guests who are present, good morning. My name is Honorable Rene Kitagwa. I know Judge has spoken, and following protocol, I'm not supposed to speak after him, but allow me just to say hi because I was requested to greet you. I have nothing much to add because great speakers have already spoken. They have already said much. And if I was to speak, basically I will be repeating each and every word that they have said. Mine is to encourage you. And I must admit that I really admire this group. This is great. This is massive. I'm actually learning a lot from you. It takes a lot of courage for young people to come up and set up something massive as this. I think you should clap for yourselves. I want to say this, and just to add to what Judge Mreithi has said, that as judiciary, we are ready, always very ready to stand with you. And I think I shared with Atieno, when I shared with the IAWJA also, which is a body within judiciary, International Association of Women Judges, mentorship is key. And one of the components of the strategic plan for the Justice Koome is actually mentorship. And the International Association of Women Judges is willing, and soon they'll be working with students in form of mentorship. And I have actually asked Ogola to prepare something, and it should be as persuasive as possible. I know she can do better, she can do good. I've been with her for some time. And I strongly believe that judiciary as a whole through KMJA and International Association of Women Judges will be working alongside the Students Association. As a person, I will say this, that I'm always available, extremely flexible. Currently, I'm supposed to be in court, but I said, okay, they can still wait. I'm here, and they are waiting, because that's the advantage of being the boss. They will wait, but I have to be here because you are our future generation, isn't it? So continue working hard, and we are always ready. And we will always, personally, I will always attend to your functions when called upon to. And I can assure you that I will continue to implore upon so many judicial officers to attend. So many of them, they sent their apologies simply because the notice was too short. I think we were informed, was it on Saturday? So, and you know, most of the time we always have plans and activities running, and so much is running today. So during your subsequent meetings, I can assure you, you will see more of us. And I think now they are aware this is not a political forum. You know, for judicial officers, we are always keen, first of all, to understand what is the forum. So initially it was not very clear. And since it's clear that this is a student forum, it's a mentorship program, I strongly believe that judiciary will form part and parcel of this particular program. With those few remarks, allow me to exit because I have to go back to Kibera and do some work. If I finish early and if you'll still be around, I can still pass around. And so that nikule, unajua pahali tunatoka. Tunajua lazima baada ya shughuli ni chaku. Asante sana. Karibuni.
Another round of applause, please. A hearty round of applause, please. Honorable Renee, thank you so much for creating time. Thank you for making time to come and speak to us. Now, the debate. So I will explain how this is going to work. In front of you is a team of debaters. On this side is the government side. Please raise your hand. On the other side is the opposition side. Please raise your hand. Behind, we have two researchers. The difference between all these teams is that the researchers have a phone and they're able to do research, and when they're given an opportunity to speak, they can refer to their phones. The rest here don't have their phones. They should be ready. They should have their points. They should have prepared early enough because we issued the theme beforehand. Those seated here are also debaters. They will be arguing away from the floor. This is on the floor. This is away from the floor. A representation of every university except one, which was late for the meeting, is represented here. So, for example, we have one representative of Kenyatta University here and one seated here. They are teammates, but one will argue from here, another will argue from here. But how they argue will collectively determine whether they will take the day as the winners of the competition. Are we together up to there? Okay. The work of the researchers is to criticize, or rather to critique, the arguments laid before us. So for example, the researcher for the opposition will listen to what the government is going to present before us today. He will do research on his phone and determine whether they're lying to us, whether it's just hot air, and then he will come and say. So in short, the judges whom I am about to introduce to you right now will be able to borrow a lot from what the researchers are going to say at this point. So the researchers, their work is to just criticize and to poke loopholes, okay? That's the work of the researchers, and that's why they have their phones, and they should also give us new points, yeah? Those seated here, you're only allowed to give a new point, okay? Do not repeat what has been said. Give a new point. You know how we talked about it. You can support your teammate. Last but not least, what is the function or what is the place of the audience? As I told you, we have a gift for the audience. So when it is time for the audience to speak, I will give you a chance to just raise your hand, give us a new point. You can support someone, you can rebut someone, but just give a new point. Give a new point that has not been said. Speak as passionately as possible, and the judges will also be on the lookout to see who will take that particular award. Are we together up to there? So I'd like to introduce you to our guests, our judges. Our three judges, please rise and take your seats at the desk there. We have a table there for all our three judges. Let's clap for them as they make their way there. On the table is a microphone. This is your opportunity to introduce yourself, say your name, and also just wish the debaters before us the best of wishes. As the judges prepare to introduce themselves with the microphone just in front of them, the judges will also time. Time is a very important factor. We have very limited time for the debate. So those arguing on the floor have 3 minutes each to speak. They have 3 minutes, except the researchers who have 2 minutes. Those arguing away from the floor have 2 minutes only. My colleague Anil Ogutu will be standing here with a microphone, and he will also be walking around the crowd with a microphone when it is the time for the people to speak. I will be indicating what time people should speak. So we shall start with the people on the floor. After we are done, we shall come to the red seats. After we are done, we shall go to the audience. All right? Now, let me have the first judge introducing himself.
Good morning. The place is so cold, and so are our voices. Otherwise, my name is Hilary Matano, and I'm sitting in to judge this competition of learned friends, and it is my hope and belief that the submissions will be learned as they are. Thank you.
Let's clap for him. Please pass the mic to the next judge.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faresa, also an adjudicator. I hope to hear awesome speeches and from learned experience. All the best to all the speakers on the floor and not on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Michael Idambo. First, I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, but most importantly, I'm a moot court and debate enthusiast, and I mentor students through debates by organizing debates. So we hope that we'll have a quite interactive session today. So don't let us down. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for the 3 judges. All right. So we are ready to begin. This podium will be for the government side. That podium will be for the opposition side. Your 3 minutes, Prime Minister, begin now.
Our panelists, ladies and gentlemen with protocols observed. My name is Robert Mbugwa from Kenyatta University School of Law, Parklands campus. I'm here to support this motion that Kenyans are justified in their oppositions and demonstrations against the Finance Act of Kenya 2023. The reasons as to why I support that motion are this. 1, the Finance Act 2023 widens the gap that already exists between the rich and the poor in Kenya.
Thank you. Sorry for cutting short. Apologies. So when you start speaking, I will add you that 1 minute. When you start speaking, kindly introduce yourself, because we also need your names, considering we'll have an aggregate score on which students from which university emerge as the winners. So kindly introduce yourself, and then you say which side you're defending, and then now we can proceed for there. I'm so sorry for the interruption, but you can continue.
I'm going to begin again. My name is Robert Mbugwa from Kenyatta University School of Law, and I'm going to be the Prime Minister in this debate, and I'm going to be supporting that motion that Kenyans are justified in their demonstration against the Finance Act. From the motion, there are certain terms that are used, and we are all well versed with them. A citizen is a registered member of a country. Maybe that will be the simplest definition for that. And the Finance Act 2023 is a piece of legislation that was put forward by the government of Kenya, the government of the day, in order to ensure that people pay taxes. So the motion today, I support it because the Finance Act 2023 has introduced a lot of taxes that, in my opinion, widen the gap that exists between the rich and the poor in Kenya. If you look at most of the taxes that have been introduced by the Finance Act, they target people who live in low-income economies. And once you tax them from the income that they receive, including the middle class, you are reducing the amount of capital that they take home at the end of the day. And because this capital that they take home at the end of the day is what they depend on for their daily living, you are reducing it through taxation. And because of that, they are unable to invest. They are left with very little to put into other activities such as investment, because they spend it, almost all of it, in consumption. Secondly, I would like to acknowledge the fact that Kenyans are justified in their opposition against the Finance Act because the bill has not exhausted all the various forms of raising revenue that are available to the government apart from raising taxes. If you look at the population of Kenya right now, we have so many people who have not been brought to the tax gap. We have so many people who have not been included in the tax bracket. We have so many people who are not participating in payment of taxes. It is these people that should be brought into the tax bracket so that the government will have a lot of people to tax less rather than few people to tax more. And because of that, the government has not explored the options that already exist in order for them to be in a position to raise taxes. Panelists, expansion of the tax base is probably a discussion that you have been exposed to before. You provide capital to the citizens, support medium and small enterprises, and create employment. And with the employment opportunities, you have more people employed and therefore more people participating in payment of taxes. With that, you are able to raise revenues as opposed to raising the amount of taxes that are payable. Lastly, I would want to acknowledge the fact that Kenyans are justified in opposing the bill due to two things. One, the bill increases the burden that is already on the citizens. If you notice, Kenyans do not share both the burdens and the benefits of payment at the same rate. You will notice that the burdens are more than the benefits, such that even with a lot of taxation, you still cannot afford most of the commodities that should be provided by the government, including government services. And because of that, Kenyans are justified in opposing the Finance Act. Thank you.
We shall stamp for him. Stamp. Leader of Opposition, take your stage. Your 3 minutes begin now. Your 3 minutes begin now.
Thank you. I would supposedly like to thank our leader of government and for his preaching remarks on our taxes and everything that has been involved into it. So technically, this is my first sentiment that it's not about the taxes, right? It's about the right to protest, the right of our Kenyans, the right of the Kenyan citizen to go outside protesting on the same. Look at this. For example, we have seen the recent demonstrations happening on
Hello.
around.
Hello, just to cut you, kindly introduce yourself first, then you can proceed with the remarks.
All right, I'm very sorry. I was like really touched by the preachings of that one that I didn't go ahead on that. Sorry, I'm Michael Fabian from African Nazarene University Law School, and I am here as the leader of opposition. So from here, I would like to, From here, I'd like to bring about the point of financial inclusivity. Financial inclusivity brings around also the whole idea of how we can be able to include the society in our Finances Act. For example, our world is governed by 3 pillars: political, social, economic. All of these are oriented from the economic point of view because that's what drives our society. And herein, we're talking about this finance bill. It's not about the taxes, right? Our motion here today, it's about the protest. And I would just like to start off by a quote by Wolf, that she say that, sorry about this. She said that peaceful law protests are effective initially, but are disruptive of the business as usual. Look at, for example, we had almost over 2 weeks lost. These are our economic GDP going down because of our protest. We are not saying that we are denying the right to protest as we just been brought up, but all what we are saying is that all these kind of protests, they are not meaningful in addressing the key issues brought around here. Yes, we understand on our remittance services going down day by day because of this whole idea of raise of taxes. But yet again, are we supposed to be outside there protesting? Are we supposed to be outside there destroying and looting of people of the hard-earned cash of our noble citizens. Look at this scenario. Most of our citizens here are below the sustainable revenue income. And that means that, yes, they are being affected by the taxes and the returns, but yet again, it has aimed to increase the potential income of our citizens. All here, I'm just trying to raise a question of the nobility of raising a protest and actually enriching this whole idea of protest in our minds. Yet again, we have been brought about the idea of the various laws being imposed into these tax bills. Look, the financial tax bill doesn't bring about the idea of increasing taxes, but rather it leads to about the idea of amending the consistent tax laws. And yet again, we have been governed by these tax laws to be able to bring about this whole proportion and extremist point of view. This whole topic is not governed by...
You have 20 seconds.
Thank you. I'll just conclude by saying that we have been leaders of enriching various laws in Kenya, and yet again, we here know what exactly our country is being governed by. And I'm just talking about the citizens and the government here at hand. So it's about us to be able to bring about a point of change. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's stand for him. Deputy Prime Minister, you have three minutes. Your time starts now.
Greetings to all. My name is Evans Kiragu from Chuka University, Deputy Prime Minister, Opening Government. I would like to refute some of the points made by the Leader of Opposition in the particular front that he said financial inclusivity. The whole concept of financial inclusivity should not mean financial exclusivity. Financial inclusivity is in the spirit of the SDGs, leaving no one behind. If we increase the taxes as the opposition is proposing, then it means that you are leaving people behind. It only means that these people will not have the equity which they ought to enjoy, both horizontal equity and vertical equity. Finally, to refute whatever he said, it's not the Finance Bill 2023, it's the Finance Act 2023. On to an extension to what the Prime Minister mentioned on increasing the tax base. Increasing the tax base should not come with increasing the tax rate. Increasing the tax base just means, for example, just to give an example, we have alcohol consumption. The Finance Act brings forth 15% increase in advertisement. What that does, it discourages the companies from expanding. In our solution, we offer that instead of having an increase in the advertisement of 15%, let us increase the tax base by making sure that those illicit brews which we call illicit are actually licit by the regulatory body, KEBS, to increase the tax base and make sure that it is covered all along. Finally, we have the investments. The protests which we bring forth as the government side, they're justified simply because the moment we increase the taxes, it only means that we are discouraging investments in the country. The moment we increase the taxes, it only means that those people who would have invested, the potential investors will not actually invest, simply because we have increased the tax and there are less tax burdens in other countries. And therefore, the protests are justified. Article 37 of the Constitution is not make-up applied to the Constitution. It is there, a bill of right, peaceably and unarmed. And all we are saying is our voices ought to be heard. And therefore, LO refuting the protest is just a mere hiding under the sand and not addressing the real issues. The real issues, we are speaking them out. The real issues, we are saying that we ought to bring down the taxes and increase the tax base. Finally, the guard is becoming unguardable, and it's too late to bring down the guard. However, he ought to safeguard the interests of those who made him guard. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Leader of Opposition, your time starts now.
The stability of a government is mainly dependent on the policies that are set. I am Kithio Grace from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa Law School. Article 37 states that yes, the citizens are allowed to protest, but peaceably. What you have seen on the streets is directly the opposite of peace. Tax policies define so many things as we speak right now. Economic decisions, the budgets that you make even at home. And as we speak right now, the budget was passed in Parliament with no opposition. And funds are needed to make sure that whatever was passed is put in place. As we speak right now, we are working on a new education system. We are shifting from 844 to the CBC. That needs funding. The teachers need to be trained on how they're going to be teaching the new students with the new curriculum as we speak right now. The Prime Minister talked about increasing employment rates, so as well as increasing taxes. The housing levy was put in place, and one of the benefits that are there is because the people who will be working there are getting employment, and therefore you'll be able to sustain your family. And it was reduced from 3% to 1.5%. Let us not look at the bad of everything, but also try to look at the silver lining to every dark cloud. Barack Obama said that if you wait for change, if you wait for someone else to bring change in another time, that it won't really come, because we are the change that we've been waiting for, and we are the time, and this is the time. So, this Finance Act as it is right now, it is okay. It might have a little it might have a little loopholes, but it doesn't have, you don't have to go to the streets to protest. Yes, Article 118, 174C provides for public participation, but there are various other ways as to which you can do that and not going on the streets, looting, burning down businesses, because as you do that, nobody is going to work. We are losing investments. We saw the other day, President Samia Suluhu said that investors have gone to Tanzania because in Kenya, there's war. In Kenya, they can't come here because what we're doing is mostly going on the streets and doing nothing really, because even as we sit at home while the others are protesting, there's not really much that's going to happen. We elected leaders, Article 1, sovereignty of the people, and the elected representatives that we put in place are there to speak for us. Honorable Babu Owino here said that in as much as you are going out there to protest religiously and spiritually, just make sure that you do it peaceably and you have your elected leaders who you can approach and talk to. And whatever changes that need to be made, you can make them without going to the streets, without looting. We don't need more bloodshed. We are the young generation. So there's no need to have people all over, there's no need to have our young people dying, yet they are the ones who are supposed to be supporting us. Thank you so much.
Let's stamp for her. Member of Government, your time starts now.
Honorable panelists, members of parliament around, my name is Okech Evans from Kabarak University. I'm the member of government, this very government that we support. Well, I am here just to say, as Mamadi Maduni would put it, that the debate is the bloodline of intellectual property. It is very unfortunate that a member of opposition will stand here and say that even the protests will lead to nothing. Where did we lose our morals? Where did we lose our morals? It is very unfortunate to put such a statement in a podium such special as this. Well, the members of government have spoken. You have heard. The protests are valid and they are going to yield something. The finance bill has been strangling Kenyans. It is very unfortunate that we can stand here and say the protests are unconstitutional. Article 37 has been said. Picketing, peaceful. We need a change. I will go to my first point. Taxation and overtaxation in the Finance Act is leading to reducing innovation. Most young people cannot innovate. Young people here are very creative. I am a brilliance of creation. I can create so much. But what do I get? Intellectual property is being taxed. 15% or so. The fuel tax. So much of these taxes are coming up. We are having a country that is being run under a tyranny. We must change. We must change this. Our forefathers did not see a situation where I would be standing here, going to work, and having to pay almost half of my salary to the government. Did you foresee that? It is very unfortunate, very uncalled for, and very unrequired for a member of opposition to be in the membership of opposition. You should cross the line. I would say that tax evasion is my second point. Most of our businessmen are evading tax because the taxes are too much. What do you think Ali Mazrui would say about the hybrid triple heritage? About the heritage of our nation? We must make taxes according to our society. What does Dacian say? What does the society say? The social contract theory, what does it state? You are litigators. We must focus on the objective. Members of the public are able and are free to protest because we are a nation. And I, as a member of government, I will stand with my government and say that the members must participate in such. My government is able to make sure that the protests yield a fruit. We must change. And as I stand here, I say that change is not tomorrow. Change is now. Because, as we say, Kenya is ours and it forever be. Because I am me and you are you. Thank you.
Let's stamp for him. Member of opposition.
Panelists, my name is Otieno Samuel Makuya, or rather SM Otieno. I will start with the words of Anton Rogers, that the government cannot give to anybody anything that it does not first take from him. The government, the proponents of these particular motions, have spoken so passionately about the justification of the right to protest. But one thing that they do not come out clearly with, or has not come out to their mind, is the aspect of peaceable. Peaceable. I think members of the panel, you will define for our brothers and our colleagues the meaning of peaceable demonstration, so that we do not see the kind of hooliganism that's going on in the country in the guise of demonstration that has been organized. This Finance Act, during the public participation process, is one of the most transparent public participation process that we've ever had in our country. Over 10,080 memorandums were written to the committee. It was live, covered live on air, and everybody was allowed to come and participate on the same. It is quite unfair that at this particular time, having brought all the issues, written all the memorandum to the committee, the proponents of demonstration are still going on to demonstrate, while all the issues they wrote in the memorandum were considered. It's so unfortunate. And even at this particular time, some of the things that have been stipulated in the Finance Act, if we check section number 56, there's so many goodies that come out in this particular Finance Act. Section 56 of the Finance Act is just one part of them that brings amnesty to those who haven't complied or who haven't filed their tax up to date, and it gives them an amnesty up to next year, the 30th of June 2024, for them to file that, and there will be no any penalties as of that. Secondly, Article 28 outlaws the taxation of LPG, of the liquefied petroleum gas, among other things. So, when our friends and our colleagues are trying to tell us that the only option that they have to oppose the tax or the Finance Act is to resort to demonstration, I wonder why. Taxpayers have benefited severally in several things in this particular finance tax, and the outlawing of the same is quite unconstitutional.
You have 20 seconds.
And currently, there is already even the Court of Appeal has issued a statement, a ruling, and we are proceeding to implement the act. And you should wait for the decision of the Court of Appeal that is going to sit on that before you proceed with the demonstration. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Let's stamp for him. Your time starts now.
Honorable members of the panel, adjudicators, the members of the gallery, my name is Joshua Kimani, and I stand strongly for the government. And I'm proposing and reiterating that, in fact, the Kenyans are justified in enhancing these protests, and in fact, they are justified totally by law in doing their protests against the Finance Act. One, I feel like the opposition has failed to appreciate the fact that the Constitution places this as a right. It is a matter of right, not a privilege that can be granted by anyone. And actually, Article 37 of the Constitution is clear beyond parenthesis that actually the people have a right to protest. Whenever you interpret the Constitution, make sure that you appreciate that the fact that the Constitution gives this particular right, you should interpret it in a way that you enforce this right. Enforce the people's right to demonstrate, because actually it is constitutionally protected. Again, too, I'm submitting strongly that in fact Kenyans are justified because the Finance Act actually is introducing a tool of wealth redistribution, the principle of wealth redistribution in the country. Kenyans are therefore directly entitled, they are directly affected by the provisions of the finance bill. And therefore I totally dissociate myself with the submission made by the member of opposition that actually that Kenya should not be going to the streets. That actually amounts to constitutional subversion. If the people are denied actually the right to protest, which is in the Constitution, then why do we have this Constitution? Then it is a useless document. If you interpret it in a way that actually the people don't get these particular rights, how do you tell us that Article 1 of the Constitution gives the sovereign power to the people, and yet they are not entitled to protest? Make that submission when you address us, because I feel like you failed to appreciate the gist of the Constitution. Again, the Finance Act has a far-reaching effect and a ripple effect on Kenyans, and in particular, it affects their socio-economic rights and all other rights that they are entitled to in the Constitution. For instance, Article 43 of the Constitution gives the socio-economic rights, but the members of opposition are failing to appreciate the fact that when the people exercise these particular rights, then their views are taken into account. That's a method of public participation, and therefore the opposition should try and appreciate the same. Actually, allow people to appreciate their rights. This is one method of actually enhancing these particular rights. In the spirit of engaging intellectual conversations, we as a government, we are working to ensure that we provide protection to these protestants. The Public Order Act, the Constitution, is so clear that as a government, we should try and enhance protection to these rights. Actually, we are trying to ensure that we promote these particular rights. Members of the gallery, why do we have all these institutions? Why do we have a constitution? If we interpret it in a way that it limits these rights, then why is it there in the first place? The opposition should try and appreciate that. The Finance Act and the people generally are entitled to give their views. Should it be in a demonstration? Should it be in memorandums of public participation? And all other avenues provided by law, because the Constitution directly gives them this particular right. You failed to appreciate the gist of the Constitution. You failed to appreciate what exactly the question was talking about. Are the people entitled to protest with regards to the Finance Act, they are entitled as a matter of law and as a matter of, a Puritan's approach to the Constitution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, take your stage. You have 3 minutes.
The Honorable Chair, members of the gallery, and our esteemed and formidable members of Parliament. I'd like to start with saying that we are not here to discuss about our emotions, but rather we are here to discuss about logic. So when the members of government say that they feel, what do they mean? We are here to talk about data. We are here to talk about the numbers. And I'll lead you straight to them. When we talk about taxation, there must be a policy of equity in every taxation policy that is advanced. And so in the finance bill, it encapsulates that we'll have a vertical equity measure so that those people who are earning more get taxed more. We have the marginal tax rate at 30%. We have it at 35%. Let us give back to the community, to those who do not have that much.
Just a minute. Just give us your name.
Sorry about that. My name is Abdirahman Abdi from JQ at Karen Campus. So, this finance bill proposes that we raise the marginal tax rate. That is a good thing, because that is more money for the government to circulate. Again, when we come to tax policies, there is the policy of redistribution of wealth. When we talk about redistribution of wealth, the people who do not have this money cannot afford to buy the houses. And as such, when we tax the people who have the money and give that opportunity to those people who do not have that money, the mama mboga in the street, to come and purchase that house on a lipa mdogo mdogo basis, that is what the benefit of such tax policies is. That leads to my argument, my next argument, that the right to housing, encapsulated under our Constitution, is also recognized under the United Nations Declaration of Right to Development, under Article 7 and Article 43 of our Constitution. These rights are to be realized progressively. Now that we are trying to realize these rights and grant them to the people of our country, some people want to take it to the street. Is this really reasonable? We want to give the people who cannot afford to buy houses, we want to give the people who are living in the streets an opportunity to have a shelter over their head. We cannot have these people from the mama mboga paying the same taxes because they do not have that money. We need to give them the opportunity by redistributing this wealth. I'll take you to my second point, that these demonstrations have cost us property, have cost us life. How many funerals? How many funerals how many funerals have we witnessed? We must protect the right to life. Let them demonstrate. But what are they really demonstrating about? If they have a reason to demonstrate, then we can sit down and have the conversation. But we will not allow people the right to life to be limited. It is inherent, it is inalienable. We must protect it. Again, the act protects people who contribute towards medical retirement fund. They will be exempted from tax when they want to withdraw from that fund and deposit it in an insurance scheme. Why not protect the livelihood of the people? Thank you.
Let us stamp for him. Next speaker, your 3 minutes begin now.
I am Rotich David, a student of the law, Mount Kenya University, Parklands Law Campus. At the core of the writings of Adam Smith in 1776, especially in his book, Wealth of Nations, is provided the principles of good taxation. Of utmost importance to my humble self is the principle of fairness. That is to say that Adam Smith invites us to understand that taxation should be compatible with the taxpayer's conditions. That is to say that it should include the ability to pay in line with family and personal needs. Panelists, when the government invites us to turn a blind eye to the demonstrations by the people of Kenya, informs their ignorance of the contents of the Finance Act of the 2023. At the core of this Finance Act is a provision that if one is to appeal to the High Court from a tribunal on issues pertaining taxes, he should first deliver 20% of the total amount owed to him. I am inviting the government to appreciate the provisions of Article 48 of the Constitution on access to justice. The side of the opposition should be informed of the fact that the government is obliged to provide two needs or is asked to obligations insofar as the provisions of Article 37 is concerned. That is one, its negative obligations, and two, its positive obligation when it comes to the issues of demonstrations. So therefore, the government is within its obligations in ensuring that they do not interfere with the rights of the protesters, and they they ensure that they are protected when exercising that right. When you turn away from appreciating the need of having progressive taxation for our country, then you are inviting us to appreciate and to embrace regressive taxation, which Professor Joseph Stiglitz, an economist, tells us that it outrightly violates the right to dignity as provided under Article 38 of the Constitution. In 30 seconds, I'll conclude by quoting Watkins Gay in his writings, Financing for a Fairer and More Prosperous Kenya, which he wrote in 2014, where he tells us outrightly that the wider challenge for Kenya's elite is to recognize that the real threat to the country's future is not from an imagined trade-off between economic growth and equity, but from a continued indifference to the inequalities that are destroying so much human potential, hampering productivity, and fueling social division. Thank you.
Let us stop for him again. All right, now we have the final speaker from the floor. Those seated outside the floor, get ready. Please begin. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, so I'll start. Greetings to the House, to the judges. My name is Paul Kitui. I'm from the University of Nairobi, Faculty of Law, and I'll be proceeding with my submission just to bring clarity on a factual metric and show you why overall side opposition has won. So the first issue that was brought was on expanding the tax base, for what it is. And an interesting statistic came up when I looked at the URL of www.taxkenya.com. It says 2.5 million registered taxpayers out of 19 million registered voters translates to about 13%. This means that less than 15% of the registered voters in Kenya pay income tax. So if you look at the tax model in Kenya, the way it is, the fact is people are just not paying a lot of taxes. This is 96% of Kenyans use M-Pesa. But if you look at the amount of people, Kenyans eligible to vote. The reason why they refer to registered voters is because you have to be over 18 to some extent. It's the most accurate metric. And the fact is, by that metric, people don't even pay taxes. So there is a need to collect more money instead of like making it very narrow. Like the whole model itself is flawed. So we think by that, on that issue, we think that that argument cannot stand. So beyond that, I think another argument had come on the issue of being subversive, right, to a government, to an institution that governs you. And like they mentioned the social contract theory, which is a very interesting thing that I would like refer to. This is the thing about it. Your right to protest does not mean that you can hurt other people. Your right to protest coexists with other rights, like Article 26 that gives the right to life, 28 the right to human dignity. What does this mean? Even the makers of the social contract theory said the freedom of my swinging fists, if the freedom of me to swing my fist ends at the edge of your chin. So that means you can protest, you can do whatever you want, but if it harms other people's property, it becomes a problem. Which is why the officials of the government say, go and protest, go and do all these things. But in essence, when it comes to hurting other people's property, it becomes a problem. So even referencing your model of the social contract theory, we think that has largely been inconsistent. And finally, I think as I wind up, you had talked about the issue of, just 1 minute, tax base, you talked about the issue of tax evasion and like it will enhance tax compliance. This is why we had withholding tax. I went through the finance bill quite comprehensively, and there was a model of a withholding tax. It simply means that if I'm offering you a service,
20 seconds.
If I'm offering you a service and you have to pay me money, if it's, because now it's 15% withholding tax. So you can give like 5% to the government, and in that way they can track whatever other amount of tax that they owe me. So it's a model that's there, and it caters for the tax compliance, and like KRA can track whatever taxes are there. Yeah, so with that, I rest our case. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us stamp for everyone who's on the floor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before I now move to those arguing outside the floor, you will each have 2 minutes strictly, and then move to the audience. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the following people. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge so when I mention your name, feel free to stand and wave to the crowd. So first, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Daniel Murkomen, who is from the African Company. Please, Daniel Murkomen. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Were Onyino, President Emeritus, Kenya KMA. Yes. Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Ms. Juliana, the Chair of the School of Law, Africa Nazarene. Ms. Juliana. Okay. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Kibiching Ruto from HHA. And lastly, I'd like to mention our partners. We're partnering with Coca-Cola Company and the Usawa Health Foundation. Please, let's clap for them. And the Usawa Health Foundation is represented by Dr. Andrew Were Onyino. Okay, I'm mentioning the second time. Thank you so much for your presence here. We shall give you a chance to speak later on. Thank you. Now, to those outside the floor, are you burning with questions? Are you burning with rebuttals? Are you ready to save your colleague after they have spoken? Where's the microphone? The first hand up. Thank you. There, here.
They should not forget to give their names so that, because we don't know them and we need to award marks.
Yeah. Yes, so give your name and your university.
Thank you. My name is Randy Mugambi from the University of Nairobi, Faculty of Law. So maybe just to introduce a little bit of context, because I think that has been largely missing from the debate. For one, we need to argue this away from the ambit of the law and look at it from the Kenyan perspective, from the common mwananchi perspective, because what matters to them is essentially what they put on their tables at the end of the day. And I'll be talking to you about the principle of sustainability and why essentially it justifies the protest against the Finance Act. why do people value sustainability, long-term sustainability? We think that at the point where people look towards the future, an example of that would be parents preparing their children to be, of course, big people in the future. We think that, one, this hurts the people in and of themselves because, one, the Finance Act essentially buys into this idea because, one, it prevents things like the previous regime, which, of course, subsidizes the economy, and that puts the economy at a serious disadvantage in that, one, the future generation has to pay for debts that they didn't take and puts them at a disadvantage where they're not able to deal with the things that, of course, face them at hand. But then secondly, we think that the Finance Act essentially channels the money that is from the added revenue into the projects that the Kenyans specifically need right now. So maybe to introduce a little bit of weighing as to why this essentially unjustifies the approaches against the Finance Act. One, we think that this buys into that Kenyans essentially can protect themselves not only for the short term, but also in a long-term perspective. In that, one, they might feel the pinch of the Finance Act right now, but then later on, at the point where it puts themselves at a much better position to deal with issues far much later in the future, then essentially this even protects their economic and social rights, even under Article 43 of the Constitution. With that, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us stamp for him. Another hand raised.
Good morning, panelists. My name is Mshindi Walker from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. And to my worthy proposers, I think most of them are my seniors, but they are ignorant of the law. Why do I say this? Because they do not understand the essence of democracy and representative democracy for that fact. Because, first of all, the members of parliament, because this is an act, not a bill, this and something that was enacted, it was passed through the House, and the people who voted for this, who voted for these members of parliament, passed this bill and becoming an act. So, for what I'm trying to say is that to unjustify the protest means that sorry, I'm trying to gather my thoughts, that the people are actually represented in the parliament and passed this through this bill. My second issue is when one of the proposers said that, talked about the fuel levy, and the value-added tax raised from 8% to 16%. And just to put into context that it was actually 16% and the government subsidized it. So in the long run, the government paid for this tax.
15 seconds.
All from the long run. So with that, I raise my case.
Okay.
Honorable panelists, adjudicators, and this honorable house. I'm Baraka Brighton from Kabarak Law School. I'm here to support the government side in regards to what the opposition side said, that there's affordable housing projects. When you say there's affordable housing projects, there are people out here who do not have houses. People are struggling in the streets. They do not know where to sleep. But here you are saying that the government, that this finance bill is aimed at creating affordable houses. Secondly, I want to say that this finance bill channels the money that is to be used for projects to wealthy people. Our government is prepared to fight those who want to channel this money to their pockets, because this country is fighting fighting corruption, and this corruption is channeled, or rather, it's rooted in this finance bill. So I want to support the government and say that this
10 seconds.
That while we are protesting as citizens, it is right. Thank you.
Okay. Let's stamp for him. Now proceed. So only those who've raised their hands are going to speak. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, before this panel of judges, the gallery and everyone, I would like to nail the coffin in opposing the motion and unjustifying the protest against the financial bill. When the three arms of government join together through the presidential initiative policy of bottom-up and the legislature entrenching the bill into an act, coupled with the third arm of government, the judiciary lifting the conservatory order against the finance bill, it then shows that the Finance Act is indeed a way to ensure social and economic equality. Okay, let me explain this further. The Finance Act seeks to include everyone to pay tax. First of all, the Betting and Lotteries Act, Section 131, has been repealed to amend winnings, to include winners of marathon races. The digital market space has content creators who have subscribers, and they are not paying tax. People who have intellectual properties are usually paid, and they do not pay tax. So the Finance Act includes them into paying tax. Another group who evade tax are employees who opt to be paid in terms of shares instead of salaries. So in that manner, they evade tax. So the people demonstrating for those people who are evading tax is not justified, you know? In giving Caesar what belongs rightfully to him, it is good that we change our perception of what really tax paying is, because it is contributing to the greater good of the economy instead of unlike in how Anthony Downs, a renowned economist, said that
10 seconds.
Okay, my name is Fortune Kigot from Moi University. I emphasize. Anthony Downs said that we should change our perception of tax we should change our perception. Let me finish by this quote from Anthony Downs. We should change our perception of tax. We should change our perception of tax, it not being we should change our perception of tax from it being revenue for the government. Rather, it is a contribution for the greater good and redistributing private and checking on private income. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. Let's stand for Anthony. Yes. Now, 1 minute each. Due to time, 1 minute each.
Thank you. My name is Mwasa from KU School of Law. I stand to second the Honorable Prime Minister. Now, number one, why are we protesting? We are protesting because of a very simple reason. We are the sovereign, Article 1 of the Constitution. So if the government does something we feel is not right, we will protest. We do not need to justify it to anyone or anybody whatsoever. Number two, we are being told do not bring feelings into this, have data, have this and that. The truth of the matter is we have feelings into this. They must be there. Why? Because we are unable to access basic commodities. If I cannot even afford better tissue, why are you telling me to... You see, I will bring feelings here, not to the opposition that feelings are a must for this conversation. We cannot afford basic things. We will bring feelings. Thirdly, we are being told about wealth redistribution. We are taxing the rich to build houses for the poor. Come on. People earning $1 million shillings, tax them 35%, they won't feel a thing. A person earning 24,000, 1.5 housing levy. NSSF, you want to double it. NHF, you want to double it. What are you redistributing? What you are doing is only telling the rich people, you have money, we'll take more from you. This money you're redistributing, we want to distribute it to, the poor person here, we will build houses for you. Come on.
5 seconds.
Yes, so being told. And then finally, even as I conclude, there's one thing that opposition is trying to do. It's called gaslighting. They tell us, you'll only suffer for a moment, you'll only suffer, and then in the future you will enjoy the fruits. No, that is classical Marie Antoinette in classical France. When people are unable to eat, she told them what? Eat cake if you cannot afford what? Bread. So the government should stop being, opposition should stop being lazy and, act on what the people want. Thank you.
Thank you. Stand for Mwasa. Now, next speaker, 1 minute. Just speak whoever. 1 minute, please.
Gender balance rule.
Okay.
All protocols observed. My name is Sheila Mora from Kisii University. We were a bit late to represent our school on the podium, but I'd like to request Marion to give me an additional 1 minute.
So 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Start now.
Thank you. I'd like to support the government and also side with the citizens. For one, the citizens are justified in their protest against the act. Why? they were not, first of all, involved. As we all know, for an act, okay, for a bill to be passed to be an act, the citizens have to be involved. Yes, they claim to have involved the citizens, but on the discussions, even on the citizens being questioned on media, on everywhere, most of the citizens were not aware of this bill before it was passed to an act. So they are protesting because, for one, they do not understand what is coming to them. And when government is expected to explain to us what really this Finance Act is and why everything is going up, we were, cheering for bottom up, but it's actually bottom up. Like the bottom, we are going drastically up, and we are not able to afford the simplest commodity as the bottom people in society. It's actually enriching the up. Actually, the bottoms are coming to, take the up, if you get what I'm saying. And I'd like to concur with him. We have to bring our emotions in, because it's really affecting us, not being able to, cater for everything that this person in society can cater for. It's really hard. And we are actually justified. And on the government, yes, we may feel the pain now, but we are not seeing it benefiting us. You have to, accommodate
10
us.
seconds.
I'm sorry. You have to accommodate the bottom people that you are, vying and asking us for bottom up. And we also have to understand that our nation is a developing country. We cannot expect to be paying taxes at the same rate as of maybe United States as it is paying. We have to, accommodate everyone and
okay.
Just a minute. And, getting the right thing. Like to include everyone and exhaust all other ways of getting income for the government, rather than taxing the least earners of us. And we saw another thing, like the most earning need their salaries to be added. So they won't feel the pain of this tax. Their income is still going to be intact, and they won't feel any pain.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's stamp for her. Now, only those who have not spoken, strictly 1 minute, I will stop you, and when I stop you, you don't speak. Now.
All protocols observed. Good morning. I'm Fidel Orina from Chuka University, Faculty of Law. First and foremost, I'd like to correct the opposition on something. We have no problem with you protesting, the citizens protesting. The motion is, are you justified? Before my Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister came into power, they were facing a debt of 9.1 trillion. That is foreign debt. And from this you can see that the government earns revenue two ways, from collecting taxes and loans. And due to the foreign debts that you're facing at the moment, you cannot resort into loans. True. So we have to resort into taxes. So are they justified?
8 seconds.
Pardon, please, add me one more minute.
No.
Okay, I would like to simply say, top 10 countries which have high tax rate, Denmark, Netherlands, Finland, where we borrow the housing levy from, and it's working pretty well over there because these people have very good, affordable, and housing prices over there. So I would like to finish by saying that for you to be a winner, you have to act like a winner. So let's take an example from this developing country.
Thank you. All right. Now next, stamp for him. Okay, thank you guys. 1 minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Kennedy Ndingi, supporting Joshua Kimani from University of Embu. Well, I'm going to support him on two limbs. That this particular government, in the provisions of the Finance Act 2023, well, we find that the burden of taxation has not been equally across taxpayers, pursuant to Article 201, which requires the burden of taxation to be shared to all people. Increasing the turnover tax from 1% to 3% is actually unfair when you find that one of the taxpayers who is making losses is paying the same amount of taxes to a taxpayer who is making profits. Secondly, you find that pursuant to Chapter 12, which speaks on public finance, the provisions of the Finance Act 2023, thank you, they should make financial policies which actually enable citizens to enjoy financial inclusion and economic empowerment. Reducing LPG, reducing the taxes of LPG is actually not, does not actually explain the increase in the rate of tax or for fuel, because this has a knock-on effect where the prices of food increase. And how does this particular government expect people to cook food which they cannot afford using the tax that they allege to have made, the LPG that they allege to have made affordable to these people?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now only say a point that has not been said. Don't repeat a point.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, the honorable judges. My name is Kevin Muremi from JKUAT Karen, and I am supporting the opposition whip. So the people of Kenya adopted a constitution in 2010, and in the constitution they put out things which they wanted to have and which they wanted to adopt as the rule of law. And in the preamble they said that we, the people of Kenya, adopt, enact, and give this constitution to ourselves and to our future generations. And among the things that they adopted in the constitution is Article 2, Sub-Article 2, which delegates the sovereignty of the people to be exercised directly or indirectly.
10 seconds.
Okay. I beg your pardon if time goes fast. So, in exercising they listed things in which they would want...
Additional 20 seconds. Okay. Additional 20 seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
They listed things within the constitution where they wanted their sovereignty to be exercised directly and others to be exercised indirectly. And the Finance Act, or the things that will be happening in Parliament, were not things which were to be exercised directly. So by demonstrating, they are not justified because they gave the power to the members of Parliament. So instead of demonstrating, what they should do is wait for 5 years, they throw the members who are passing things they don't like. And then,
thank you.
My last point,
Thank
it's a
you.
strong one.
Thank you. I shall not be bribed.
10 seconds.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the bench, my name is Kennedy Mwirotsi, and I wish to support the government on this matter. First and foremost, you look at that we are under the fourth industrial revolution, and the media personalities, the TikTokers, the YouTubers are going to be taxed 15%. That's why we, as the government, seriously have to protest about this bill. Under this bill, you find that if you're going to tax somebody 15%, a digital person who earns less or doesn't get much of his money through the digital media, what are you talking about? Before I finish, I wish to finish with this word by Martin Niemöller, a German theologist, said that they came for the socialist. I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. They came for the Jews. I did not speak out because I was not a Jew.
Thank you.
But when they came for me,
Thank you.
there was nobody to speak out for me. Thank you so much.
All right, just the two ladies, 1 minute each, and then we'll be done.
Good afternoon. I'm Shel Bingigi from African Nazarene University, supporting the opposition. And as the opposition at this point, we don't even understand what the protesters are protesting about, because we are actually listening to the government is actually listening to the complaints being brought about. Let's start with the digital content creators. They came and told us that the 15% is too high. Through stakeholder engagements, it was reduced to 5%, and there was actually no withholding tax for some digital content creators in the former Income Tax Act, and it had to be incorporated because as part of income tax, you have to pay for income tax, so we can't evade that. As the government, they're also using a technique of financial inclusion and economic empowerment to bring about financial stability. Financial inclusion, we have the housing levy where the employed are being taxed so that the marginalized can have better, can have upward.
Thank you. The final speaker.
My name is Maureen from Kisii University, and I'll use a parable because of time. Jesus used parables, so I'll use a parable to support both the government and the people. So Kenya is a body, and a human body has two hands. We have the right hand and the left hand. The right hand, we have the government, who are our leaders, and on the other hand, we have the people. And our government is made up of, we are a democratic government. So if the right hand is given an opportunity to pick grains of rice from to a basin, it will fill the basin faster than the left hand. So the capability of
10 minutes, 10 seconds.
Of these two hands is different. So if the government wants to increase tax, it must also consider these people who are at the left hand, whose capability is not that high to satisfy the tax rates. So we should be lukewarm, not so hot, not so cold. In that case, I think bottom up, just as my colleague said, we should consider both parties.
Thank you. Thank you. Let us stand for the debaters both on the floor and outside the floor. We can even give them a round of applause for that matter. It's not easy to stand here and speak. Now, I promised the audience an opportunity to contribute to this conversation, and I will only give 3 people whose hands will be raised now. 1, 2. All right. I will give this opportunity to the person who will tell us who knows the other name of Charles Njonjo. Charles Njonjo had a name. Now his hand is up. 1. If you answer, he's the first one to answer. Who else knows? All right, so he's the first one to speak. Let me look for a second question which will determine who will also speak. I will find 3 questions. If you know the answer, that gives you the leeway to contribute to this conversation. So give us the answer to that question and make your contribution to the debate.
Mugane.
Sorry?
Mugane.
Well, that was not the answer I was looking for. His nickname. However, yes, let's see. The gentleman next to you.
It is an answer.
It is an answer. I will give you a chance to speak. You'll be the first one to speak. There's someone behind you.
The Duke of Kabeteshire.
Yes, the Duke of Kabeteshire. So stand, give your contribution to the debate. You'll pass the microphone to the gentleman who also answered, and then I'm looking for one last question, which will determine the next 2 answers.
I thank you. My name is Ezra from Queer Law. First of all, this motion has not been done justice, and it is very sad to sit through it, listening to people who are being trained to actually ensure the same. The first and second speaker, respectively, made submissions and said that what formed actually the basis for this kind of argument, unfair taxation and unfairness. I wonder, I don't know what logic you use, but if you read through the Finance Act, you will notice that one of the most profound proposal is the housing bill, and the housing bill ensures affordable housing. I wonder how unfair affordable housing, I wonder how unfair it is to give a person from Kibra affordable and a better living condition. Second speaker said that this kind of taxation scares away investors. Local manufacturers are supposed to be enhanced. One of the things that the finance bill encompasses is the promotion of local manufacturers through the reduction of import taxes, through such kind of easements of taxation. This has eventually led to the local industries being promoted, and that is a plus side to the government
10 seconds.
of the day. Finally, I wonder what logic my proposal or farmers of this motion use, and if that is the kind of logic you take to the streets, then I beg you to come for classes. I thank you.
All right. Pass the microphone to the gentleman who answered the first one.
My name is Atina Brian. I represent African Nazarene University. And identity is something that's holy. In Article 4, we are a republic that's democratic. So however much there is a point that the destruction of property is not a good thing, is collateral damage for us living up to identity as a democracy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let us clap for the two speakers. Now, the question that will determine the person who will speak next. Justice David Maraga was the Chief Justice of Kenya. Justice David Maraga was the Chief Justice of Kenya. You say whether it was the 30th. Yes, there's a hand there. The lady, just lift your hand, please. Okay. Just stand and answer loudly as she walks to you to get the mic. Sorry? Justice Maraga was the Chief Justice of Kenya. Say he was the what number?
Second.
The second?
Yes.
No. Yes, there is a hand behind there. Just choose whoever you're seeing, my dear. The gentleman with spectacles and a tie.
Okay, he was the 14th Chief Justice of Kenya.
Yes, that's correct. You know, those who answer late have the privilege of consulting the University of Google. So please make your answer, give us your answer. I want to give an opportunity to two ladies, because we've only had gents speaking. So two ladies, I see the two, the hands are raised in the middle there. So please make your answer very short and sweet, and then the ladies will lift their hands.
Okay, my name is Albert Ombongi from Mount Kenya University Parklands Law Campus. And as I was seated here, I was trying to analyze the question as it was put. First, I expected the proposers to explain to us what the question is first. Are we talking about foreigners protesting in our country or citizens in Kenya? We are citizens by birth and registration in our country. And justification of protest in this country, I wanted someone to talk about Article 37 of the Constitution, because we have been talking about Article 37 and other people are saying we are not entitled to the same right. We are entitled to the right to protest in our country under Article 37 of the Constitution. The reason behind people going to the streets, when we talk about the socio-economic rights which are provided for under Article 43 of the Constitution, we talk about the cost of living that is eating the Kenyans and ailing the country. As we are talking now, our country is economically crippled, and we are saying we want to enjoy our right to food, our right to education, our right to housing.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm finalizing now by saying this. Abraham Lincoln, he said this: you cannot bring down the wage, you cannot help the wage earner by bringing down the wage payer. What do I mean from the same point as I finalize? When we talk about the housing fund creating employment opportunities in our country, for me, I don't think so. Because when we talk about taking the 3% and building houses for the people to get employment, I want to talk about unemployment instead of employment, which the government is telling us
Thank you.
that we are creating.
Thank
let me
you.
let me finalize by saying this, because I need to create this point so that there can be connectivity of the same.
No,
because allow me to finish this by saying this, because I really wanted to speak at the podium, but I didn't get a chance. Allow me, please. And you know, now
Okay,
let me
finish.
speak.
Please finish. Please finish.
Okay, let me finish.
Finish in 10 seconds. Please.
Okay, let me finish by saying this. When we are going to allow, we are going to make the tax, the employers to pay 1.5% for each employee, the employers instead are going to revert to use machines instead of employees, and therefore they are going to reduce the employees, and it will indeed lead to unemployment in our country.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's clap for him. Now, the lady who gave us an answer, she's going to get a minute to respond. Yes?
Just a moment. You told me
No,
to
no, no,
answer.
no, 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 no. Please, no.
1 minute only.
No. I apologize. No. The lady, the one you had just given the microphone, yes, please. Just give a response. 1 point, okay? Yes, you. 1 point. Do you still wish to speak, or should we cede your... Please be quick. Just 1 point.
I'd like to pass it to my learning friend, Francis.
Okay, hurry up.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Francis Karanja Kachitu from the Catholic University of East Africa, supporting the opposition. So first of all, the motion says that the citizens of Kenyans are justified. So perhaps it's a problem of public awareness, or maybe the protesters, the organizers of the protest, are not really being candid with the protesters, because when you look at the Finance Act, especially the clauses that they are claiming are anti-people, when you look at them critically or you analyze them, you'll find that they are actually meant to make our nation more stable. An example is the increase from 8% to 16% on VAT. That tax, it was sort of a subsidy. So when we were paying 8%, the government was paying the extra 8%. But with increase, so that means somehow the money was still being inputted into the government.
Okay.
So that was just an example, but just to say that it seems that the protesters, the government side is not being candid with us when it comes to the clauses of the finance bill.
Thank you, thank you. Now pass that microphone to the lady who had raised her hand. There's one lady. Please, there. Hurry. Yes, please hurry, because of time.
Can you just raise her hand? Okay.
Yes. You have 1 minute. Yes.
I would kindly request for a bit more time. Good morning. My name is Lorraine. I'd like to. There's a point the proposers missed out on, which I thought is very important. The reason we've seen the protests being very harsh is largely attributed to the police brutality. Prior to 20th March, we saw that there were the opposition had meetings which were peaceful, but the moment the police exercised police brutality, that's when protests became chaotic. So basically, we cannot justify killings. I had someone talk about the right of life. We cannot justify extrajudicial killings owing to protests which are actually ingrained in the Constitution. Another point, I feel that public participation was largely a fallacy for the Finance Act, because we have seen so much public uproar from all over Kenya, all citizens, and I mean, in spite of all that, our members of parliament still went ahead to pass this motion, and there's been so much protest. So I would say public participation was a fallacy, and there was no civic education towards the same act.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And lastly, sorry. With regards to overtaxation, I will leave you with 1 point by Winston Churchill. For a nation to try to tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket trying to lift himself up by the handle. So basically, we cannot tax ourselves to riches, and we know the real problem in Kenya is corruption and overborrowing. So they will actually work on the real problem. That is when we as a country will prosper. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for her. Now pass that microphone to the lady who's seated at the far end. There were the two ladies who... You had raised your hand, no? Yes. You're the last person to speak. Please pass the microphone there. She had raised her hand. You have a minute.
Thank you. My name is Chebet Korir from Chuka University, and I stand to oppose the motion. I'll start by using an analogy. Take an addict who's trying to quit addiction to whatever it is he's addicted to. For the first month, he will suffer withdrawal, right? Now, that is the same problem Kenyans are facing right now. They're so used to debt and borrowing that when we want to quit it and reduce our debt and our borrowing ratio by increasing the tax net, you start facing resistance. How I wish the Kenyans would understand that. Instead of taking it to the streets to protest against that, this act, they should take it to the streets and celebrate it. Because the government is trying to reduce the debt by increasing the tax net. For example, the micro businesses, it was increased. It was reduced from 1 million to 500,000 for businesses that are collecting a turnover tax of 500,000 Kenyan shillings. So that is my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us clap for her. Now let's clap for everyone who's taken part in this debate. I know this conversation spurs a lot of debate. We could not get everyone to debate. Sorry, the person who said they wanted to debate from here. We could not have everyone debating. Thank you so much to those who took the courage to actually step up and debate from here and even from outside the floor. Now you may rise and take your seats. I will now hand over the program to the MC. The judges will walk to a room, which I shall direct you to, where we will deliberate. We shall have an awarding ceremony later on. One more round of applause. And DJ, please give us a nice song to celebrate. Thank you.
My heart, my soul, my love, my life. Nobody can fuck with it. Thunder, fire, go strike you. For the thing you do to me, and I don't make ready for love. All the things you do make up for. Now look at that boy, monkey. He the flex on me, junkie. Shit, where the area, my clip. So see I'm a friend, I won't make me call. But I'm a soldier. I'm a survivor. And I'm a gangster. Intimating is you. Mada. I the puff and pass, I the smoke my kush. Mada. Fake ass nigga, suck your mother. Mada. I can get another you in a minute. Fuck yourself, you're not legit. And I'm glad I didn't buy it. Cause I know motherfuckers like you. Put it hard when the heart has been broken. What else can I say when every word has been spoken? I'm a soldier.
Ukumbele, that you see how kina Mheshimiwa Silvana Sosoro feel when the whole country is watching them debate about their rights. I would like to recognize the arrival of our guests. We have Mr. Were, who is a member of the NHIF board. Let's give him a round of applause, tafadhali. We have also arriving just in the past few minutes, Senior Counsel Philip Murgor. Let's give him a round of applause. as well as our chief speaker for today, Senior Counsel Fred Ojambo. Let's give him a round of applause. We also have one of our guests who was here with us earlier but stepped out. He is now back. We have Honorable Francis Andai, the Chief Magistrate, Machakos, and inshallah, our next DPP. Let's give him a round of applause, tafadhali. Yo maombi, as my mother used to say when I was younger, direct to heaven. Somebody say direct to heaven. Amen. So I would like to invite a few of our guests to just say a word, a brief word. Because of time constraints, they would like to leave us, but they have been with us since we started. So I would just like to invite, first of all, Mr. Were to come and just say a word or two, and then we will move on to the next few guests who would like to say a word. So let's give him a round of applause as he comes up and gets to tell us a word.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'll have to introduce myself formally, having been introduced 3 times with 3 different titles. My name is Dr. Andrew Were. I'm the President Emeritus for Kenya Medical Association, but I also serve as the LSAK patron. So that is the Medical Student Association of Kenya, where we have a working relationship with LSAK, which is being launched today. I also serve as the NHIF board director, and that's the reason why I came late. We had a board meeting in the morning. And professionally, I'm a plastic surgeon working at Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, and also the CEO of Usawa Health Foundation, which LSAK proudly associates. So the Vice Chancellor for QUER, President LSK in absentia. I know he was here earlier on. Honorable judges and magistrates and senior counsel. The chief guests, all protocols observed. I think I'll make my speech very short, but I like to actually recognize one thing as a medical doctor. I think all of you are really smartly dressed with ties, and I think you should applaud yourself for that. It's something that I think in the medical fraternity we are losing. You can see I came without a tie, but I have an excuse. I was running from theater. But it's something that I think the president of the Medical Student Association of Kenya is here, together with his president emeritus, Tony. Maybe Tony, you can wave with Dr. Zebedi. I think it's something that you guys can learn and take back, because we used to know we have 2 learned professionals. These were the lawyers and the doctors. But the lawyers are maintaining their traditions, but doctors, we are losing it. So, Tony, I think you need to take this message back to your members. So I'm here as LSAK. We founded the Medical Student Association of Kenya in 2008. Where I was the founding president, where I was a student leader in University of Nairobi. And when we met Esther for LSAK, they invited us here because as a Medical Students Association of Kenya patron, we thought there's something that we need to actually collaborate with LSAK, as you found it. As we have 11 medical schools in the country, and I think because of LSAK, association that brings medical students together, we have been able to harmonize our standards of training. We've been able to address issues that affect all of us. And I think there's a very big opportunity that is now existing under the Usawa Foundation, where LSAK will be working collaboratively now with LSAK, so that you can be able to learn from us, and you can also be able to learn from you. We are living in a very difficult environment where You normally call us most of the time for the lawyers to be the expert witnesses, but we know most of the bills, the drafting is being done by lawyers, and I think you really have a very big say with the laws that have been made in this country, and actually even the Finance Act that you're debating. There are some lawyers who actually sat down and drafted that particular bill before it was discussed and became law. So I think there's that opportunity to give the youth through this collaboration with the Medical Students Association of Kenya, where we can be able to amplify the voice of the youth in terms of the issues that actually affect them. Because these laws that have been made, you're the ones who are going to feel it more. The impact is going to be on you and your families as the youth or the young generation of this country. So we are here again. Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations for this achievement. It is us when we formed LSAK, we are only 2 medical schools. I don't know how many law schools are there now, but it's something that we can actually work together, collaborate, and see as the professionals of this country how we can guide the political class. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. I'd quickly like to now invite Mr. Justus Munyithia, the chairman of the LSK SACCO, to give us his brief remarks before he can excuse himself and leave. Okay. Watu wamejipanga. All right, so I'll invite Mr. Eric Kivuva, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and a partner at McKay Advocates, who will then invite Mr. Munyithia.
Good afternoon, comrades. During our time, we used to say, comrades, power. Comrades, power. I must say that I'm really excited to be part of this, and maybe just to address my Lord and the Honorable Francis and I, you must excuse me today. I know I am dressed in a manner that the court will say, we can hear you, but we cannot see you. I was going on about my business, and then I was summoned to this place by the Vice President of the Law Society of Kenya. She told me, as a former student leader, you must come and just say hello to the students. And also, I have worked closely with your legal advisor, Atieno Ogola, and I like what you guys have done. This is amazing, and I want all of you to clap for yourselves. This is indeed impressive. It reminds me of when we launched what we call the East Africa Community Students Union, where I served as a Kenyan representative. And the first time we brought the 5 East African countries together at the University of Nairobi, that was a feeling. And when I see you guys today, I am really encouraged about what the future holds. I know that we will not only preserve the tradition that is a practice of law, but we will also improve the standards. Improve the standards because you guys are young, there are new emerging areas of law, and these are areas you can embrace and perfect. So I want to congratulate everyone and wish you the very best. Thank you very much. I now have the honor of inviting my learned senior, the chairman of Kituo cha Sheria, the chairman of the LSK SACCO, Mr. Justus Munyithia. A clap for Senior Justus Munyithia.
Thank you very much, Eric Kivuva. To my senior colleagues present, to my judge from Mombasa, to the leadership of this organization, to Mr. Adai, whom I remember many years ago came to Mombasa as a DM, and God has blessed him to be where he is. I'm having the same prayers like the MC. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not a student leader, but I did support student leadership in my time. I teach currently at the Kenya School of Law. I mentor students, but over and above that, I chair the Law Society of Kenya SACCO, the only SACCO that belongs to lawyers, and which has made this event happen. But before I can give my remarks, which are very important, a teacher is normally very proud when they see their students doing well. So this morning, I came with my past and current students. I think one of them spoke to you, Babu Owino. He's doing his exams now in the university. Some know that he came by virtue of his position, but he's one of our students at Kenya School of Law. I came with Mheshimiwa Osoro. Please come forward. And he never came. He was my student in 2018. And he came with his class rep, Mr. Mukua Manyara, where are you? Just come and wave to the students. Mr. Mukaya, where are you? Yeah, some of my students who are actually advocates of the High Court of Kenya and who have passed through our hands. I'm sure there are others from the Kenya School of Law. I've seen my very good friend, my classmates, Esther Shiri, who is actually coordinating this program. I really appreciate you. I would like, with permission, to allow you to say something and tell us whether we have mentees and mentors in Parliament.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mwalimu. I still call you Mwalimu. You taught me very well on legal writing. My Lord the Judge, the Honorable CM, and my learned seniors and students, good afternoon. Good afternoon again. My name is Silvanus Osoro. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and a member of Parliament for South Mogrango and the government chief whip or the majority whip of the National Assembly. I stand accused today. I don't know whether I should take my position as a witness or accused person today, because what you are discussing today passed through my hands, and that is the Finance Act, and my position was and still is then, as it were, that government does not lose. And I made sure I didn't lose, so I'm sorry. I stand accused today, this morning. But what I get, or what I'm capturing today from your attendance and the commitment that you have, is that you guys are focused on building a serious union for the law students. So I'm here to support you entirely. And I'm so impressed by the contributions that have been made by both the people from the opposition and the people from government. In fact, I was discussing with Mwalimu and Esther that I have been able to pick a few of mentees that I should take with me to my office to learn one or two things as they progress in their learning. And that I got from the passion to which they were expressing themselves from either sides. And that is what law students or the legal practitioners is all about. But I'll also encourage you on one thing, that you must be members of this association. And even as your members, encourage yourself. Commit yourself to also getting to know one or two people. Don't just attend these meetings and listen to the debates and such. This career needs you to network for progressing. For you to be able to progress in your career, in your practice. So if you do not want to relate with one or two people today, even as you sit here this afternoon, then you lose it out. You lose the meaning of this whole thing. Learn to network. Your network is your net worth. Network more, because you'll not be students forever. In another 2 or 3 years, you'll be out of school. You'll join law school, Kenya School of Law. You'll be out. And it is through your network that you'll be able to expand, your legal prowess. So please commit yourself to such. Honorable CM, I have had people make a lot of prayers over you and the interview that you did about over the DPP position. I'll be very careful to make my comments, lest I be accused of, as a politician, we really get misquoted over time. So, one time Waititu said that Masai wote watoke hapa. And then when he's taken to court, because that was regarded as a hate speech, he said, I didn't say Masai wote watoke hapa. Nilisema Masai watu wote watoke hapa. So I'll be very careful to say my position as far as your ambition is concerned, but I'll leave you to the gracious hands of the Almighty God to open the way for you and make you realize your dreams. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Asante.
Thank you. Let's give them a clap for that. So my task this afternoon was just to speak one or two things and to make a statement. And already, my lords, I've already made my statement. The students who have passed through me have made an impact in the society. That's what we have been looking for. I serve as the chair of Kituo cha Sheria, which is the oldest non-government organization and which offers internship and mentorship to law students in areas of human rights and public interest. And we have one of our program officers, Nelias, she's here, and she's going to have a wonderful time with you when you live here. When I was here, the director asked me, what can I offer? And in our 50-year celebration, we're also going to organize a debate with your union and see what we can bring out. Let me get back to the other side. I chair the circle, which was started 37 years ago, in the vision and the wisdom of some of my seniors who are here. Big friend Ojambo is present. And during that time, lawyers were not able to get loans from the banks. The society and the circle has grown. We now have the saving wing and we have the housing investment. This assists young lawyers, students like yourselves, to get products that you can't get anywhere. Lawyers can guarantee each other. Students can be able to get scholarships. And we are already partnered with the Kenya School of Law, where we always award the best conveyancing student, and we give to the fund that assists the poor students. How did we get there, and what can I say to you this afternoon as a young student or as a young lawyer? Hard work is the hallmark of success. I've seen the effort that has been put in putting this together, and the circle commits itself to support you in your future activities. So you have found a partner, you have found a friend. I'll urge students, and I'm sure I'm not speaking on behalf of my senior, ethical values will help you to go beyond where you are. Punctuality, etiquette, eloquence in your speech will assist you to get where you want. My advice would be this afternoon to be focused, to be determined, and to keep hope alive. I have seen students come through us from different universities in this country and the Kenya School of Law. They make it to the bar and they have succeeded, like what we have seen Atieno Ogola doing with your program, being the chief advisor to your association. I would like to partner with you in developing key programs and using the networks that I've acquired over a period of time. I served at one time as a vice president of the Law Society, treasurer East Africa Law Society, and I also served in the Commonwealth at one time. I hope those networks will assist your new union as you grow. Resilience will be the way to go. I'll urge that you find a mentor, a person to whom when you step on their shoulders, you will go beyond where you were. Those who have gone ahead of us tell us that when you step on the shoulders of giants, you are able to achieve your goals. I hope this union will grow, to partner with the circle, to save with the circle, so that when you have built your wealth, you have a place to invest, you have a place to save, and you have a place to borrow. May God bless you, and may God bless your organization. Asante. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our guests. Thank you for your kind words, and we appreciate you. Asanteni sana. So next, I would like to recognize one of our good friends, Mr. Isaac Opar from Ketraco. Please, I will invite you to just come and give a word to the students. Karibu. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up.
To the VC, Catholic University, LSK President in absentia, honorable judges, magistrates, chief guests, senior counsel, Fred Ojiambo, senior counsel, Philip Murgor, the leadership behind this noble cause, Julie, together with your team, other invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Allow me to, for the avoidance of doubt, to properly introduce myself. My name is Isaac Opar. I am an advocate. I work with Ketraco as an in-house counsel. Indeed, I must state that it is glad meeting you today, and more importantly, interacting with these brains geared towards the legal profession. One key thing I must tell you, particularly to the students, my learning colleagues, that you need to claim your destiny in the legal profession. Your destiny in this profession is greatness, is success, is prosperity. The joy behind this is that even the Lord himself, in the book of Jeremiah 29, verse 11, says that for he knows the good plans he has for you, to prosper you and to give you a future. So therefore, friends, key things that you really need to do for you to claim your great destiny in the legal profession, number one, you need to go for the heavenly name and not the humanly given name. People are given names based on tribe. People are given names based on the university they go. People are given names based on the races. But the heavenly name is above the humanly name. And the heavenly name that God has in store for you is prosperity, is a better senior counsel, is a greater prosecutor, is a greater attorney general, and that is where you are geared towards. You need to realize that you did not choose the family you belong, you did not choose the tribe you belong, you had no opportunity to choose the country you were born, but God, by his own plans, gave birth to you in that particular family, and he has actually positioned you in the legal profession to bring justice, to bring greatness, to bring sanity and purity in the legal profession. Number two, you need to choose your location. Look at this. A hawker sells that the sunny water within the streets at 30 to 50 shillings. The same water in a restaurant costs 100 or even more shillings. But you realize that the location, the product has not changed, but the location has changed. So what is your location as you walk this journey? Your location means, one, the people you interact with. Who are your mentors? A good number of them are here today. If I were you, I would ensure that I take 1 or 2 contacts as I go back to school, so that I would be able to learn from them. I would be able to interact with them. Number two, your location will define your value. Where do you go quite often? As you finish your degree, which law firm will you go? Which institution do you feel like working? You must choose that location because it will define how great you become. Whether you want to work in the judiciary, then you need to start choosing which particular area within the judiciary you do want to go. Number 3, the other important thing which you must do, friends, is that you must ensure that as you travel this journey, you have got the right items inside your basket. You have got the right items inside your suitcase. Look at this. You are traveling from Mombasa for a journey, or maybe for a holiday. One of the key things you must have is sufficient money. The other thing you must have is sufficient clothing. If you do not have sufficient money, you will be forced to come back. So in this profession, the key things you must have, friends, number 1, you must ensure that you have the right attitude. Because a positive attitude will define your level of altitude in the profession. Number 2, you must have Jesus on board. You must have God on board. What it says in the book of Mark 4:35 to 39, that in that particular boat as they were traveling, the storm came, and the disciples were about to drown. And that is the moment they realized that Jesus was around. And they woke him, Master, will you mind if we die? Then Jesus woke up and ensured that he calmed the storm. So you must have Jesus as you walk this journey. You must have God. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Opar. Let's give him another round of applause. Next up, I would like to welcome our next DPP, inshallah, Honorable Handai, to give us his brief remarks. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up.
DJ, my Lord Justice Edward Murithi, Senior Counsel and Chair of the Senior Counsel Bar, Fred Ojambo, Senior Counsel Philip Murgor, all the counsels who are present here, and our distinguished guests, the students, good afternoon, and thank you for your welcome to this podium and also to this university and also to this occasion. It's a big privilege for me to stand here among the distinguished advocates who are present here, and for you upcoming advocates. When I was invited, it was at very short notice. I had an engagement which is already going on at my local station, Machakos, where I am hosting the Regional Magistrates and Judges Association members, but I said I'll have to come here, and then I go there because of the importance that I placed on this meeting. Because any gathering of young people, of young minds like you, makes you know that you have a future. And when we see you, we know and we are proud to know that we have a future. When we see and hear you debate here so fervently in the manner that you have done, then we are happy to know that as we exit the stage, we have more able leaders who may even be more able than we are. So thank you so much for this gathering, students. I'd like to tell you only 2 things, because most of the things that I have told you, they have been said, and others are going to be said by my seniors who are going to come after me. I was a student leader, and many times when we begin associations or organizations like this, when it is the first time, we shall have this hall full. But when we start moving around because of probably subscription or because of the need to debate even more intently and intensely, you find that the hall starts getting empty. As you have been told by those who have been here, this is a great occasion. Great in the sense that you have had the occasion to meet a judge of appeal, Edward Muriithi is here. You are having the privilege to meet the chair of the senior council bar, Fred Ojambo is here. You have a privilege to meet Philip Murgor, a very senior counsel and also a former DPP. He has worked in all this space. You have had the privilege to meet the chair of the Law Society of Kenya, the president of the Law Society of Kenya, who was here with you before. You've had the privilege to meet the chief whip of the National Assembly on the government side. And so if for those who have failed, for instance, to come today, they have missed a lot. Probably in your lifetime, this is the occasion when you will only have met these people. Why did they come? Because they believe in you. They know that you have the potential to move this country ahead and move it further than we have. So take it seriously that you are forming a very, very important organization that you must keep to all the time. I was going to outline many of the things that Atieno Ogola spoke with me, but they have been spoken about. Students keep coming to the courts and we mentor them when you come for your clinical programs, and there are also those who are privileged to come and do their pupillage at the courts, and so we interact with you and we try our best to do what we can for you so that when you get out here, you are able to practice well. Take it up. We love it when we see more lawyers. The final thing that I would like to say is it has taken this long. We were there when I was completing my university in 1998. Moi University had its the first intake of law students and the second law school in Kenya. It had its the class, the highest class was third year, but we had never thought of coming up with a common law students organization or society. And it has taken that long, since 1998 when the second law school came up until today, 2023, when we now have this kind of organization. It's because you are innovative, it's because you are far-looking, and therefore you thought that it will be important, and indeed it is important that all law students should be brought under one umbrella. You are a very, very powerful students organization, student association that can move the student agenda in terms of the study of law and even in terms of your youthfulness and contribution to the country very, very far. So I want to thank you and pray for you that you're going to make this association very, very great as we move into the future. I thank you. I don't see the MC here and I cannot therefore leave this like that. I hadn't been given any instructions, but I think protocol will then lead me to kindly call upon my Lord Justice Muriithi, if you don't mind. I would like you to come so that you give me the direction on how we'll proceed. Just for that purpose, my Lord, please.
Thank you very much. Let's give him another round of applause. I would now like to invite the Law Students Association of Kenya leadership, just so that they can introduce us to this new child that we are delivering today, so that we know a little bit about her before we join her and all work together to grow her into the beautiful professional that we all hope she becomes. Esther Odipo, Madam Chair, Karibu. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes forward to give us a few remarks.
Distinguished guests, members of the legal fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. My name is Esther Odipo. I'm a former student leader at the University of Nairobi. I'm currently serving as the president of the Law Students Association of Kenya. So first, before I begin my speech, allow me to introduce some crucial members who we worked to see that LSAK comes into being. So I'll start by recognizing all the present serving presidents from the 17 universities in Kenya. Kindly arise and wave to the gathering. The serving presidents. Thank you so much. That is the President's Council at LSAK. Moving on, I'd like to draw the attention to our regional leaders. We have 4 regions in LSAK, so we are working at the regional level through these leaders to reach our constituents. So I'd like to allow them to rise up and wave to the gathering. Kindly do so. We have Nairobi region, Teddy Odira. We have the Western and Nyanza region, Juma, who is not here. We also have the Eastern and finally the Rift Valley region. Tekin is in charge. So I appreciate you all. So when I was planning for this launch, my friend at the office advised me that the secret to attracting advocates or young lawyers to come to your event is that you must have cocktails. And I'm really glad to see you all today because there was no hint of cocktails on our guest list and also in our program. But I'm glad to see that everyone came in and I'm really honored. Thank you so much. So I'd like to draw attention to how LSAK began. Our journey began in August of 2022. It was a journey that was birthed with collective visions of the then sitting presidents who were in these various law schools. It was a voyage not without trials and tribulations, but one that transformed us through its rigor and resilience. Today, we are standing here, as I'll introduce my team later on. We stand here not as people who have been beaten, bruised, but people who have withstood the test of time. So for that, I'd like to acknowledge my team that worked behind the scenes. We have 9 members at the executive. I'd like to acknowledge them. The regional leaders, thank you, and also our legal advisor and the patron. Actually, in the span of my leadership, what I have learned is that the manifestation of our dreams as leaders lies in the impact that we make on those who we serve. Today, I'd like to extend my heartfelt recognition to my team members, our legal advisor, Miss Julie, and also our beloved patron, that is Madam Faith Odhiambo. Their significant contributions to this initiation that had been indispensable. We cannot overlook the role that they have played in this journey. For that, thank you so much. I'm indebted to these people. As the serving president of the association, I pledge my utmost commitment to serve this association with every fiber of my being. With an unwavering faith in the divine, I am confident we will navigate the vast seas of our mission. Last but not least, I'd like to conclude with a quote from Albert Einstein, and it says that try not to be a person of success, rather a person of value. Thank you. Allow me to invite my team. Thank you. So from my farthest left, we have Anil Ogotu. He's the serving treasurer. Anil, just wave. We have Tekin. Tekin is serving as the chairperson of the regional Rift Valley. Kindly wave to the gathering. We have Teddy Odira. He's the current serving chair, Nairobi region. We have Julius Wendolo, who's serving as the Secretary General of the Association. We have Marion B. I'm sure you've seen her moving up and about. Yes, she's our national coordinator. We have Lillian Wamboi. She's the Deputy Organizing Secretary. We have Watata Cynthia. She is the Organizing Secretary of the association. We have Melissa Murithi. She's the Deputy Secretary General. We have Muasa. He's my very able Vice President. Thank you. We have Philip. He's serving as Academic Secretary. We have Prudence. She serves as the Communication Head. We have Esther Nabwire. She's the Director of Elections. And last but not least, we have our very able legal advisor, Miss Julie Atieno. Allow me to invite her. Thank you.
My learned seniors and senior councils present and all the guests invited, together with all the students, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Yes, I hope you're all well. We are glad that you are able to attend our event today. Actually, it's your event, and we are very grateful that you made time to be able to come. As you've heard, my name is Julie Atieno Ogola. I'm an advocate of the High Court. This is my 3rd year in practice, and I'm happy to be able to see all law students coming together to be able to actually, let me say, have a greater cause. It has taken us some time, but better late than never. So, as we have seen the event going on, we still have the launch. Please just stay in till the launch. And I don't have much to say other than thank you for coming, and may you all be blessed. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Mushiri, who's the patron for the Queer Law Firm, to just say a word or two. She has really helped us in this process of organization. Ms. Mushiri.
Round of applause kindly for Ms. Mushiri as she comes up. She is the gracious lady who has made sure that we got this venue today and have had this event as we have had it. Let's give her another round of applause kindly.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ogola. My Lord, judges, and Honorable Magistrate, my learned seniors, our students, good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. I won't stop to ask until you say it rightly. Good afternoon. Okay. As you've heard, my name is Esther Mushiri. I wear so many caps on me. The patron, Queer Law Firm. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I'm a lecturer at the Faculty of Law, Catholic University. I'm also the Vice Chair of the County Public Service Board of Kirinyaga. I'm here because of you, honorable students, and because of the great minds that deemed it fit to organize this event. Allow me to recognize in absentia the presence of our Vice Chancellor, Honorable, Professor Stephen Bugo. Also, allow me to recognize in absentia our DVCs, our CFO, the Dean of Students, and the Dean of the Faculty of Law, whom without their support, we wouldn't be here today. So I recognize and honor their support, not just to the Queer Law Firm, which is hosting this launch, but also to the ever unwavering support in all the student affairs in this university. Now, I would not be able to speak on my behalf without first speaking about our able Vice Chancellor And one of the things that he emphasizes is that students come first, and they are the primary goal of every university or every education institution. And for that, he has a heart and a reputation of education and professional entrepreneurship of the young people. No wonder mentorship is a key issue in Catholic University. We endeavor as an institution to mentor young people and to ensure that we do not just bring out the best in education, but the best in character and in social spheres. Having said that, I would also like to say something that my Dean, Madam Jerry Kangede, insisted that I must say in this meeting, and that she affirms the place of research, conceptualization of knowledge, and the creation of lasting solutions to the world around us. And that is primary key goal in the Faculty of Law. So having said that, allow me now to turn to my place as a patron of Queer Law Firm. And I would like to say that I appreciate all the Queer Law Firm members present. Please stand up for recognition. Members of Queer Law Firm, please stand up. Members of the Catholic University Faculty of Law, please stand up. Please clap for them for being here for all of us. Thank you so much for being here. I would also like to recognize the presence of members of staff of Catholic University of Eastern Africa. So if you're a member of staff, some of them may have left, but kindly stand for and wave to the crowd. We have Sister Rose. Thank you so much for being with us. She's the head of careers and academic linkages. Thank you. Now we proceed to LSAK and the place of LSAK. So as a patron of Queer Law Firm, we've had a very aggressive and very successful hosting of events at the Faculty of Law. And we've seen our students grow from one level to another. And that should be the primary goal of LSAK, holding your members together and with the goal of making sure that there is a successful leadership, successful engagement that leads to dissemination of knowledge. And beyond that, I would like to challenge you to focus on research. That now that this is a student-led initiative, focus on research and innovation, focus on publications, so that the voices of what I have seen here in terms of debates can be well communicated through the research publications that you will be having. The other thing, I have seen that you have a very able leadership, and as evidenced by also our guests present, there is a chance for your mentorship. So as I always challenge members of Queer Law Firm to identify mentors, I would like to challenge all members of LSAK, especially the leadership. Utilize the tool and advantage that you have of getting yourself mentors, people that will hold hands and lead you to the right direction. The other thing that I have always been challenging Queer Law Firm members, and which now I bring to you as LSAK, is that there is a lot that is not yet done by all the lawyers. The number of lawyers currently is quite high, but can you imagine that they've not yet gotten it? And I say so because education should be intended towards creating solutions. And therefore, can you find solutions to that which that is not yet found? For example, we are in an era of technological advancements. Can the students of law focus on providing solutions in the area of technology in this country? We recently had a hack. You know, hackers attack the systems in the country. Can the students of law provide ways to encumber that, so that in the coming days we'll have lawyers at the center of defending this country in matters of law, in matters and especially in line with technology? Also on education that is based on solution, is that I am challenging all of you to focus on looking at that which that has not been done and begin to provide solutions in an innovative manner. And that is what now creates opportunities for the young people in this country. A case example, and which I have always been bragging about, in our Queer Law Firm, we have 8 chapters in one. We have Amnesty Queer chapter and Law and Technology chapter, among others. And through those initiatives, we've been able to produce very strong technology lawyers. And one of them is currently on employment. Why? Because he was able to take up the law and also take up technology to provide solutions for not just companies, but also for the university. All of you here are present in this forum, courtesy of our student, Benaya. So he offered a platform where all of you students could pay up to attend this event. So can you clap for Benaya in absentia? But also to challenge you that there are opportunities for lawyers, just that you need to think outside the box. Just 2 points to go. The other thing is that lawyers are custodians of the rule of law. Lawyers should be at the forefront in the defense of our Constitution and upholding of justice and upholding of the rule of law. So that is just in passing, and you know so much about that. But LSAK, as Law Students Association, please focus on that. And there will be so many avenues you can do that as law students. Now, the last thing that I want to mention is learning the difference between a fact and an assumption, so that you're not so much, and that is from what was presented here in your debates. Most of you went to the Google platform and you found your arguments based on the Google platform. But now I am challenging you, law students, that going forward, can your arguments be based on fact rather than assumptions as traversed through the media platforms that we have. And that said, I want to say that the legal profession is a very noble and honorable profession. Let us maintain it at that, and let us uphold our dignity as lawyers in the profession. God bless you, and I wish you the best.
All right, let's give a round of applause to our host from Catholic University of East Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the distinguished honor of introducing, and I will ask us to be upstanding and give a round of applause as he comes up to introduce Senior Counsel Philip Murgor onto the stage, who will then introduce the chairman of the Senior Counsel Bar, Senior Counsel Fred Ojambo. Let's just be upstanding and give him a round of applause as he comes up. Welcome.
You can all sit down. I was just telling my chairman that the upstanding was for him, but I'll receive it all the same. First of all, let me recognize the distinguished guests who are here, who are still here, Justice Muredi, and of course Honorable Andai, and fellow counsel, and of course the person who I am to introduce, the chairman of the Senior Counsel Bar. My own few remarks are confined to a few comments I'd like to make. For you young advocates, the ultimate lesson is knowing when not to say anything. Advocacy is not about always saying something, always shouting loudest, as we might have seen in some sections of the profession a few years ago. It's knowing when to keep quiet. Today, much has been said about you all, about the profession, and I do not need to repeat anything. I therefore do not wish to say any more about who you are, what you are, except to say congratulations on this milestone. It is something that has been talked about for years, and on this great day I add my voice to the congratulations. A little bit about myself. My name is Philip Murgor, and I was admitted in 1986, for those of you who were around at the time. And I've been an advocate in many areas, but one of the more notorious assignments I had was being the Director of Public Prosecutions for a very short period, between 2003 and 2005. In fact, I'm generally known as the one who served in that position for the shortest time. Of course, a question begs, why such a short time? And this is more a message to Honorable Andai, who aspires to occupy that position. If you are firm, if you are honest to yourself, if you do the right thing in such a position, you will probably last a very short time. But if you are considered a good man and very compliant, you will last a very long time. So if you succeed, you have a choice. You have a choice. You can serve there for 10 years, leave a very small mark, or serve for 1 year and leave a very big mark. So apart from that, I'm an advocate. I was admitted in 1986, and I have been around long enough. For the gentleman who I have escorted today, I would like to say a few words, because he is unlikely to say them himself. Dr. Fredo Giambo, who is the chairman of the Senior Counsel Bar, is currently, and for a very long time, the senior partner of Kaplan and Stratton Advocates. He was admitted as an advocate of the High Court in 1975. 1975, I'm sure most of you are not born, and he has therefore been practicing for about 48 years. He was the chairman of the Law Society between 1988 and 1991. His main areas, and this is important to all of you, because as you come into the profession, and you all, and Honorable Andai mentioned it, it's all about where you want to go and who you wish to have as a mentor, whether physically, in a close manner, or even from a distance. It is important to look at some of those who have gone before you and see them as your role models. Dr. Ojiambo's main area of practice is civil litigation in the following areas: banking, insurance, medical negligence, malpractice issues, land disputes, commercial transactions, international trade, construction, international law. The list goes on and on. I will not exhaust it. He practices in the High Court, the Supreme Court, and other specialized tribunals. He has also participated in various judicial and other inquiries, such as the judicial inquiry into the Goldenberg affair. He serves, and this is also a lesson and a message to all of you, you don't have to just be a practitioner. You can offer your services to commerce and industry. He is a director in various organizations, including Bibilica Africa, Quadrant Services Limited, Uzima Foundation, Bata Shoe Company, Stanbic Bank, Stanbic Holdings Limited, Solio Ranch, Windle International, Africa Geothermal International, and so on, and quite a few others. In this time when we are talking about mentorship and the example to follow, I can say without fear of any contradiction that Dr. Ojiambo is the ultimate achiever in our profession. He is rightly, at this point in time, the chairman of the Senior Council Bar, and he is the mentor of all mentors. So when he stands here, when you look at him and you listen to him, think about where you'd like to be in 48 years. After 48 years of practice, would you want to be like him? Would you want to better him? He is the standard. He is the ultimate achiever in the profession. So with that, I would like to welcome Dr. Fred Ojiambo, and please can we all now stand and give it to the right person.
Well, thank you very much. Please be seated. That's an extremely generous introduction that Senior Counsel Philip Murgor has just intoned. But let me first start by recognizing the Honorable Mr. Justice Mureithi and Honorable Andai and many other bigwigs who are here with us for this wonderful occasion to which you've invited us. I think it's right that I should recognize the fact that there are ladies and gentlemen amongst us, and indeed very esteemed ladies and gentlemen. And particularly, I'd like to recognize you bright and promising law students of Kenya. As I sat there, I came in when the debate was still on, and I sat there, I listened to many from various faculties of law, various universities in this country. So really it cuts across all universities, and it's a wonderful thing to see how many have come to this occasion. Today is a day of celebration. And in my view, it's a day of unity as well. For we gather here for the official launch of the Law Students Association of Kenya. And thank you for having invited me to be a witness, along with each of you, to witness and participate in this significant milestone. For today emphatically proves and demonstrates the power of unity and the power of mentorship, a word which has been used very many times from this podium this afternoon and this morning. And it is unity and mentorship generally, but especially in this case, in the legal profession over the years. Now, first and foremost, I intend and I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the law students who have come together to form this association. It was really heartwarming to see the president of this association come and address us a few minutes ago and introduce all her team here. For it is a testament to your commitment not only to work together for your common good, but more particularly to promote the professional needs of law students across the country. Your decision to unite across cultural and ethnic backgrounds, which, to be honest, have in other circumstances proved to be barriers. But your decision to unite across those barriers reflects the spirit which should inform all attempts at national integration. So what in effect you're doing today isn't just creating an association and coming together to work for the common goal of all of you, but you're actually making a statement to the entire nation about the need to be together, to come together and work for a goal. So don't see this as just one little event in the calendar of this year. It's a much bigger and a much more significant act of togetherness. My singular gratitude also goes to the organizers of this event for a job very well done. Your dedication and hard work in bringing this association to life are commendable. Your efforts in the respect will not go to waste and should be but the start of an abiding journey of industry. While this launch marks the beginning of a new chapter for all the law students in Kenya, it should be but your commitment to keep the flag of excellence flying well into the future, so that for you and for all those who come after you, the sterling efforts that you've invested for this moment is something to be admired. I have no doubt, however, that each one of you here is alive to the fact that this is only but the beginning. When all the pomp and pageantry of today will have died down, the reality of what it means to come together and to rally round an ideal will begin to be manifested. The challenges of unity are far more demanding than may be realized at first. It is for this reason that I urge you to pursue excellence from the very start, both in your individual and corporate lives, as well as the profession into which you will soon and eventually be ushered. As law students, you are the future guardians of justice and the rule of law in our nation. Embrace every opportunity to learn, to grow, and to contribute to the society. This is not just a self-serving moment. It's a moment in which you begin to create the wherewithal with which you serve the society. Your dedication and commitment will pave way for a just and equitable society for all. So it's not just coming together and collecting money and making a great association. No, it's to create a body which in due course will be a tremendous pressure power for good. Another word which have been used here is mentorship, because mentorship is a crucial aspect of personal and professional growth. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of mentorship for young lawyers whether you join the profession as advocates or decide to serve in some other capacity. It is through mentorship that we learn from the experiences of others, gain valuable insights, and develop the necessary skills to excel in our chosen path. I therefore encourage each one of us to seek out mentors. Mentors won't come to you. You have to seek them out. I think it was one of those speakers who spoke from this podium who said that go around and find one or two contacts even at this sitting. Look out for someone. Look out for others who've traveled the road less traveled. And perhaps you might find one or two things you might learn from. I encourage each one of you to do that, to seek out mentors, to be open to guidance, and to be receptive to constructive feedback. The greatest power you can have is to know that you don't know it all. The greatest power that you can ever have is to know that you always have an opportunity to learn more. And you learn more for those who've traveled that road before. They might not know it all themselves, but at least they've been there before you. I think of the words of Isaac Newton, which were quoted by someone here, who said, "If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants." Even little ones can be giants. Even midgets could turn out to be giants. So look forward to standing on someone else's shoulders. Now, the responsibility to mentor falls squarely upon the seniors in the profession. To them, my plea is and would be to embrace and actively participate in the mentorship programs for younger members of the noble profession of the law. We have a responsibility to nurture the generations of legal minds and instill in them the high values which undergird this profession. The underpinning principles are not mere theoretical or empty statements. They are meant to guide and to guard action and to direct conduct. It is in that light that I urge you to read, internalize, then seek to be bound by the mandatory national values and the principles enshrined in Article 10 and Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Your clarion call must be towards patriotism, national unity, the rule of law. You must espouse human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, non-discrimination, and the protection of the marginalized. Both as individuals and corporately as an association. Commit to good governance, to integrity, to transparency and accountability. These are not just words, they're values, they're principles. And I would encourage you to find the real meaning of these terms, because it's only when you know the real meaning of them that you treat them with respect. Require it of yourselves and others to run your affairs as a public trust You're not just doing this for yourselves. You're not just doing it for other law students. No, it's a public trust that is placed upon you. So require it of yourselves and those around you to run the affairs of this organization as a public trust, because many will be looking to you to see whether your actions match your declarations. How you behave will make a world of difference in shaping the future of the legal profession. Be a guiding light to those coming after you. And even as you stand here, this being the first day when you launch this organization, you are going to be the example that someone else behind you would like to see. I am drawn to the objectives of LSAK, which reflect an aspiration of a united, focused, and socially responsible association. Through knowledge and experience sharing, networking opportunities, and joint activities, you can collectively contribute to the legislative and policy review and development. By promoting cultural exchange and cooperation, you can foster a sense of community among law students and eventually among legal practitioners, whether you're in private practice or working in some other organization. And therefore, in conclusion, as I have said earlier in this address, let today mark the beginning of a journey towards the excellence and unity for Law Students Association of Kenya. Together, you have the power to shape the future, your future, and the future of the legal profession in our nation. Embrace mentorship, not just for yourself, but for those coming after you. Support one another, and always strive for justice and the protection of human rights. Because without it, the law is a broken winged bird. Doesn't fly, can't do anything. You do need to have the law that is infused with human rights concerns of those around us. And therefore, my friends, as I finish again, I'd like to congratulate you for this great milestone. And may this association be a beacon of hope and progress for all the law students in Kenya. God bless you.
Let's give Senior Counsel Dr. Fred Ojambo another round of applause. Yes, please. Let's give him a proper round of applause. Thank you very much for those very warm and kind remarks. Tumpigie makofi tena. That was really wonderful. We appreciate you, Senior Counsel, and we believe that with figures like you, LSAK will go very, very far, and we hope and pray that you will continue to walk with us in this journey to build and improve this very wonderful organization that we have launched here today. So I would now like to hand back over to my colleague Marion. We will be having awards ceremony for the debate that we had today. So I hope you guys are ready to cheer and are ready to celebrate. We will be asking our guests to help us to reward these people. With every reward that we'll be calling up, we'll be asking one of you to just hand over the reward to whomever will have won it. So are you ready to award the debate winners, guys? I can see the gestures. Even if you don't talk, I can see the gestures, and I know you're ready. All right. Marion, please give us the winners.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again. I know you're tired. We're almost done. We are getting to the climax of the event today. So we want to award the debaters of today. We had a very tight debate here, and before we get to know who has taken the day, you know, everyone likes saying everyone is a winner. So I want to say everyone is a winner, okay? Someone is really shaking their head. They're like, no, there must be a winner and a loser. But first, I would like to appreciate all the debaters who took the time to debate. As I said, it is not a mean feat. I will invite the head judge, Mr. Mike Dambu, to please come. He'll be on the other side. To please come and give very brief comments. He will give very brief comments. And then I will be able to read out the names. So the DJ, when I'll read out a name, you'll play a song and people will come and get awarded. The photographer, please stay ready so people can get photos. Okay. Mr. Mike.
The guest speaker, our judges, the honorable judges, all protocols observed, good afternoon. As I introduced myself, my name is Michael Lidambo. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, but also, most importantly, I'm a mentor, and I do mentorship to young students through debates and public speaking, something I've done for the last 9 years. I've organized debates for the last 5 years, and I'm sure I've met some of you somewhere, and we'll meet definitely going forward. And as a friend to the association, I'm sure we'll have more debates and moot courts going forward. So that was not what I was to speak today, but at least you know me. I'll just like to say something about the debate. It was kind of a unique debate where we had to mix up institutions just to get every student to participate and say something about the motion. But the takeout, or what we noticed from the debate, is that first, when you are given a motion, you need to contextualize the motion, because the motion was clear and stated that this House believes that the citizens of Kenya are justified in their protest against the Finance Act. So as the first speaker, you need to contextualize that motion and tell us which house is this, you know? It can be the United Nations arguing issues relating to the Finance Act, you know, or something like that. So this House believes that the citizens of Kenya, you tell us this House is the Parliament of Kenya, and say the citizens of Kenya are justified in their protest against the Finance Act. So when you're talking about justification, what is it about the justification? Because most of the speakers were arguing, were talking about protests, but they're not telling us why are people protesting. You first have to contextualize and tell us that the justifications come from the Finance Act, whether there are any advantages or disadvantages. And because of these advantages or disadvantages, it is why we are protesting against the Finance Act. People fail to notice that, and some debaters ended up talking about the protests other than the challenges we have with the Finance Act. Okay? So that is what we talk about, contextualizing the debate. And many debaters failed in that endeavor, and we hope that as you go forward, even in your studies, you can be able to learn about that. Then the other thing is the structuring of arguments. So many claims were thrown on the floor from each and every debater, which is very wrong, especially most of us who are lawyers. We understand that you don't just throw claims. You need supportive or factual, or you need to support evidence with facts. And just to tell you that when you're giving an argument, it usually has three models or structures. First, there is a claim, there is evidence, then there is a reason. When you say this House believes that the Finance Act should be repealed, that is a claim. The evidence is what should be repealed. You tell us this Section 5 says this, and when you look at 1 or 2, 3 things in the economy, we believe this is the reason why we should repeal the Finance Act. Then now, with that reasoning, you give us your final conclusion as a debater so that the judge can understand that this is the issue and this is the reasoning that they're trying to give. So learn how to structure your arguments. And as lawyers, I'm sure that even as you are writing your submissions or you are writing your examinations, you always have to point out the issue, give the factual foundation, give the evidence, then now you can go ahead and give the conclusion. And that's what we see even in the judgments that we read. So I hope we can get something out of that when it comes to the issue of structuring of arguments. Because everybody was throwing claims, even some ended up giving us quotes from learned historians or people, or economists, but they were missing out on telling us why exactly are we debating the motion. Then, as I conclude, there was the issue of time. You could say that people are given 2 minutes, but they keep insisting that they need another extra minute, they need 2 minutes. When it comes to submission and debating generally, you always have to have something, you always have to know something about everything. And you don't need to speak, you don't need to give us all the content when you're standing here. Just give us what is relevant, okay? Even our senior judges can agree. Sometimes a judge in court will tell you that, Counsel, I have your submissions, you have 3 minutes to present, and you have almost 50-page submissions, okay? But you only have 3 minutes to present. What does that mean? Just go straight to the issue, look at the main issue, look at the most relevant case that will persuade the judge to argue in your, or rather to make a conclusion in your favor, and give the reasoning so that at least in the end, you are able to persuade the judge to move to your side, which is the side either of the opposition or the side of the proposition. So we notice that people have an issue of time, and people feel like they have a lot to say, but when you give them that time, really they don't bring out exactly what is expected from them. So what that means is, as lawyers, let us research, let us read books, let us read judgments. That is the only way you'll get information and become a better judge. A better debater, sorry, because a good debater is a good researcher, and a good lawyer, I believe, is also a good researcher. So those are some of the takers that we could from the debate. But all in all, we appreciate the confidence that we saw from all the debaters. It's not easy to speak in front of people, but that is what debate does. It helps you to express yourself to the members, to any society, because speaking is a very difficult thing. But as lawyers, you realize that most of you will want to work in offices and evade court because you are afraid of speaking. No, join debate societies when you are young, try get that confidence to speak. By the time you are graduating from School of Law, you are ready to be presented to the society. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and this is and inviting me for the launch. I'll definitely support the association, and I'm sure we'll work here and there to organize moot courts and also debates so that we can support the young students. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mikey Dambu, and thank you to our 3 guests, our 3 judges rather. Let's thank them with a round of applause. We have nothing to give you. We have no gifts to give you. The gifts go to the winners today. Now, are you ready? All right, so I will start with the gift, the award rather. We are calling the Spirit of the Debate. The Spirit of the debate is going to the most active audience member, and this award is going to be presented to this particular winner by Advocate Isaac Opar. So if you could just make your way here. So Advocate Isaac Opar is going to award this gift, and the winner of the Spirit of the Debate for the inaugural LSAK debate 2023 goes to Miss Lorraine. Miss Lorraine, a round of applause for her. She comes. So maybe if it can be done just right here, Mr. Isaac. A round of applause for Miss Lorraine. Feel free to, yes, that's what I wanted. Yes, congratulations, Miss Lorraine. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Opar.
Thank you, Mr. Opar, as well. All right, the next award goes to the best oralists. We are going to award the best oralist male and the best oralist female. Okay? Best oralist male and the best oralist female. So as we wait, there's one name missing here. So as I wait for, or rather, my apologies, Ernest. My apologies, I have seen it. So the best male oralist, the best female oralist. The best male oralist and the best female oralists are going to be awarded by Honorable Andai. Thank you. Let's clap for him as he comes forward. And the best male oralist award goes to Paul Kitui from University of Nairobi. Congratulations, Paul Kitui. Let's clap for him as he makes his way forward. And the award for the best female oralist goes to Kithio Grace from Catholic University. So let's clap for them as they come forward.
Right.
So that's Paul Kitui from University of Nairobi. Congratulations, Mr. Best Male Oralist. Congratulations. Thank you, and thank you, Honorable. All right. Now, the second runners up. This is where things get thick. The second runners up, we have certificates for you and books from the Kenya Law Reports. So the certificates are not ready yet, but the books are here. But you will still come forward, and then we'll be able to give you certificates later on. So the second runners-up award goes to the University of Nairobi. Please make your way forward quickly. Just come. And you will be given those particular awards that I've just mentioned by Advocate Manwa Hosea from the Young Bar Association. This is also an opportunity to acknowledge him. He's just joined us. Advocate Manwa Hosea from the Young Bar Association. So they're just books, the books and the Constitution. So we have one member receiving on behalf of the two. Please make your way forward quickly. Now, congratulations. Second runners up, that means number 3. Please get to 2 constitutions and 2 books. Give him another one. Okay. Now, the first runners up award, which will be awarded by Honorable Justice Mureithi. Honorable Justice Mureithi. The first runners-up award goes to the university, this particular university from Parklands, Mount Kenya University. Let us have the students making their way forward. MKU, Parklands. So they will be getting medals, certificates, congratulations. Congratulations to Rotich David from Mount Kenya University and Kennedy Murotsi from Mount Kenya University. Congratulations. Awesome. And then you'll be given your books and maybe pose for a photo. Yes. Let's clap for them. Congratulations, gentlemen. And the winners will receive the awards from not only one, but two people. The senior councils present, I humbly request you to come forward. You'll be able to present these awards to the winners, and we'll also retain you for the launch itself. So, yes. So the winners of this debate today, the LSAK Inaugural Debate 2023, goes to none other than Kenyatta University, represented by Kenyatta University. Please make your way forward. Kenyatta University, make your way forward. So they will receive medals. They will also receive the trophy. Congratulations to John Mwasa, who is also our Vice President, shining, and his colleague there. They will also receive the books and then maybe have a photo with take a photo together. Okay, so you could all pose for a photo. Let's clap for them. Congratulations to Kenyatta University. All right. Now we shall move to the launch. Yes, I will just request you to stay because we will also need you to launch. So back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like us all to be standing so that we can do what brought us all here, and I will ask our guests, please, to join us on stage as well, kindly. Ms. Mushiri, the Honorable Judge, Wakili Imanwa, and Wakili Opar, kindly join us on stage. Madam President, and your Secretary General, and your Vice Chair, and the Legal Advisor, kindly also join us on stage for the launch. All right, DJ, please give us this Mkono wa Bwana song. DJ, give us Mkono wa Bwana, because this is truly the work of the Lord, and we are happy to see this come to fruition. So DJ, tupe Mkono wa Bwana. All right. And I'll just ask our guests, led by Senior Counsel Fred Ojambo, to move closer. Photomen, I hope you're ready. Madam President, you can stand on the other side. Yes, you can stand on the other side. All right, before Senior Counsel cuts it, let the DJ roll. Here we go. Let's give him a round of applause.
Ukisema umetenda uliwavusha katoa utumwani, watumishi wako umewapa yote waombayo, ikiwa umependezwa. Walo hakuna wa kulipinga, hakika we ni Mungu wa vyote. Unatawala dunia na vilivyomo, makuu umeyatenda. Jehova, hakika tumeuona mkono wako Bwana, kweli matendo yako Bwana ni makuu, na umetutoa mbali kweli, kushika mkono Mungu mahali uliona pekee, chini hata chini yao watu wainua Mungu, sifa na utukufu ni zako milele. Tasifu jina lako milele, tutakusifu
DJ. All right.
Hi guys. So right now, when you see cake, you feel happy. When you feel happy, you clap for the cake. Let's clap for the cake. Let's clap well. You know, when I was young, I was told, ukikosa kuimba na nguvu, haukuli keki. So guys, clap kwa nguvu. Let's clap for the cake. Thank you. I think Ati the DJ should put that song here. Hatimaye ni leo. Because this day is just great. And it's the birth of LSAK. Guys, we are the future. I'm speaking to the students. I'm a student. We are the future. The future is here. So we have to do it now. Once we cut the cake, we launch the event. Let's not stop here. As they plan, now let's cut the cake. Maybe you can still clap as they cut. Woo!
Ni siku yetu muhimu, harusi yetu, uwepo wenu kwetu ni kitu, kwetu ninyi ni ndugu, leo na kesho.
All right.
Ng'ari wanapendeza, leo ni furaha, shangwe na furaha. Wacha tufurahi, sote tufurahi. Haikuwa rahisi tufike leo hii, na hapa tulipo ndio siku yetu ipo muhimu ya harusi. Sweetie baby, haikuwa rahisi tufike leo hii, na hapa tulipo ndio siku yetu ipo muhimu ya harusi. Sasa nyumba moja, mwili mmoja, kila kitu ni moja, tuwe pamoja, upendo na ongeza, nawe ongeza, heshima na pandisha, tuwe pamoja. Sweetie, haikuwa rahisi tufike leo hii.
Okay, DJ, thank you. Thank you. As the ushers go on with the distribution of the cake, I would like to welcome Anil to give us a vote of thanks on behalf of the Law Students Association of Kenya. Karibu sana, Anil.
Good afternoon. My name is Anil Zekio Gutu, the Brock Treasurer. As you can see, I used all the money to buy the cake. But be that as it may, I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has given us the opportunity to come and celebrate this great launch together. I want to thank the following people in a special way. I want to thank the Vice President of the Law Students of the Law Society of Kenya, Ms. Faith Adhiambo. and Mr. Justus Mutithia, who is the LSK SACCO chair. I also want to thank Senior Peter Wanyama, who also supported us in a great way. Moreover, I want to thank Honorable Gideon Moi of the KANU Party, who gave their resources to help us in this launch. Moreover, I also want to thank Honorable Babo Wino, who in absentia also helped us in bringing this launch to place. I'll thank Dr. Wilfred Mutuba of Mutubwa Law, Senior Chacha Odera of Oraro and co-advocates, Mr. Tom Gary, who is our HOD and also a partner at NOB Law Firm. I want to thank Senior Danston Omari, who also contributed greatly in the success of this. Not to leave behind Dr. Mercy Deche, Mr. Eric Kivuva, who was here and had left, and Mr. Thomas Daniels, Senior Okoth Oriema from Okoth and Kiplagat Advocates. I also want to thank our legal advisor, Atieno Ogola, who is also representing MK Law. I want to also thank Usawa Health Foundation, the Coca-Cola Company, Kituo cha Sheria, Kenya Law Reports. And finally, I want to thank the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for believing in us. And in a special way, I want to thank Madam Esther Mushiri, who, refused to adopt me, so I adopted her as my mother instead. And she calls me last born now. I want to thank her very much for fighting for us. And as we finish, I want us to remember the words that Theodore Roosevelt wrote in his very famous speech. And in The Man of the Arena, he said that it is not the critics who count. And actually, those who count are those who put that great devotion, the people who refuse to stay at the same caliber with those timid souls who neither know the taste of victory or of defeat. So let us always remember to be the people in the arena, not just as fans, but as the players. May God bless you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We have come to the close of our proceedings today. This has been a wonderful event. It has been a wonderful day. It has been an absolute privilege to be with you here as we launch the Law Students Association of Kenya. My name is Ernest Nyerere. I have been your MC for the day, and I hope to see you again soon. And I hope I have earned the tender of being the official LSAK Master of Ceremonies. I would like to welcome Melvin onto stage to give us a closing prayer, after which our able legal advisor will lead our guests into the next room, and the rest of us will have lunch served just outside the cafeteria. So thank you all. It's been a privilege, and God bless all of you. Melvin.
Okay, so let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this great day that you've blessed us with. We want to remember you during this special occasion. We want to commit every plan, every thought, every idea that has brought into fruition this day and the future of thereof, oh God, into your able hands. We want to commit the senior legal members with us today, every politician, every protocol observed. Oh Lord, we pray that, Lord, may you keep them and may you give them more years so that they can serve us in the legal field. We also want to pray for our futures as law students here, oh God. We commit it into your able hands. We pray that, Lord, as LSAK, may we grow and thrive in leaps and bounds. Above all, Lord, let your will be done. And everybody said, Amen. I hope I get the tender for the prayer next time.
Listen, them say
All right, let us remain seated as our guests are shown to the room. Kisha sisi wengine tukule keki, then we will be shown to our next destination.
You will sing a new song in 2 days, lesser than you will hear. Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you, and you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations.
Of the legal profession.
We grow not just as individuals, but as future leaders in the legal fraternity equipped to make a positive impact.
The bonds we forge in this association will last a lifetime, transcending the walls of our campuses.
The Law Students Association of Kenya paves the way for a brighter future, a future where justice and knowledge unite.
Together we're destined to shape the legal landscape of our nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come.
All roads will be leading towards the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the launch on 4th of August 2023.
We will be there no matter what. What about you?